Right, here we go. Why have I got no background? Look at the... Look, everything's falling apart. What the hell is this? What's going on? Hang on. We've got to fix this. We have to fix this. I can't fix it. It's over. Yeah, sorry about the long intro, guys. I turned on the stream and the light wasn't working. I didn't realize until too late. And now the Twitch chat isn't working. Well, I mean, the Twitch chat's working, but the little background I have for it isn't working. And that's obviously unacceptable. Hang on, let me change it to something else. And see if I could, if I can fix this. There we go. Wow, it really just does not want to load that file, huh? Interesting. SNEB would back out of tea time. People are doing Ceros for weeks for a title that isn't colored. What you mean, like the regular one? Regular Ceros CM? Or are you talking about Embodiment of Sin? Which one are you talking about? Trig, you're basically admitting that you can't handle it. And look, I respect that. If you can't handle it, you just have to admit that you can't handle Embodiment of Sin. Did it corrupt? Well, I don't know. I think it's Google driving it funny, if I'm being honest. I think Google Drive has put it on the cloud only, and now I have to make it download. I'm not a huge fan of software trying to be clever. I want my files. I don't want them streamed. I don't want them on the fucking cloud. I want my actual files. I don't know why they tries to be smart. It's over. Mirror files. What is this? Okay. It might be one of those things where I might have to like reload OBS or something. Bear with me. I have to fix this or I'm gonna go insane. Wow, it's like this specific file, it really does not want to load. That's very interesting. I can open it, but OBS is not having any of it. Well, unlucky, I guess. I give up. I don't actually care that much. Okay. What's going on? Guys, we're back. We're live. It is tea time today, by the way, guys. Shout out to YouTube and shout out to Twitch. Tea time is today. It might actually end up being on Saturdays a lot more because of WoW Raid being on Sunday. So stay tuned for that. Because I don't really want to go earlier. I could go earlier on Sunday, but I actually think the time slot that tea time has is really good. Funnily enough, the slot this time around is going to be a little bit later because we are waiting for our wonderful Australian Bloom to actually wake up. So we're going to be doing tea time in just about 2 hours from now. So I thought we'll go check out World Restructuring, right? We'll go check out some World Restructuring, see what's going on with this. Before then, as a little bit of a warm-up, you know, I actually kind of missed the grand unveiling. I was watching a couple of streams, look very epic. You know, it's, you know, I'm not gonna lie, it's actually kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting stuff, actually. I feel like World vs. World has started to play a little bit like World Restructuring, even before World Restructuring. I feel like players have done a lot more closed tags, a lot more guild groups, a lot less open tagging. So I actually think that it's not that different, if I'm being honest. I don't think it's very different at all. But I think that's not because like the system didn't change anything. It's just that I think that players kind of started to evolve in that direction anyway with how people are playing. So I think it hasn't actually been super disruptive in that kind of situation. Yeah, do a crossword on stream. I do like puzzles, actually. I'm not a huge crossword enjoyer, to be honest. I like the puzzles, like the train tracks puzzle, the battleships puzzle, the bridges puzzle, I think is also really fun. And Sudoku and kind of variants on Sudoku as well, I think is quite good. Yeah. Can the music be louder? I will actually increase the volume. It was pretty intense, though, yeah. That was pretty funny. Yes. The chess puzzle. I mean, yeah, chess puzzles are okay. I don't play chess, so that's how it is. Yeah. Legendary Ceres is being sold daily. I mean, yeah, people obviously sell that stuff. Like, I need to verify. We need to do a test run, Linker, where we, like, get an alt in and then try to give that alt, the title or whatever. Or even just like the achievement by joining at 2%. Because I've heard people say, oh yeah, that's how you sell it. You sell it by joining at 2%. But I actually haven't seen that confirmed. I've never seen that actually done. So I kind of want to confirm that. Because I'm not going to lie, at the end of the day, if that is the case, that's a pretty serious issue. I'm not going to lie. Like, that is a pretty... It's obviously an exploit. And they should probably fix that. That's what I've heard is how it works. But I actually haven't got that confirmed. It is actually possible to do it with 9 players. It has been done 9-man legendary mode, actually. But, I mean, I very much doubt it's consistent, actually. I looked at the run, and the 10% was a little bit scuffed. Probably not something that can be done super consistently. Who buys titles? A lot of people. I would say over... Yeah, at this point, definitely over half the Voidwalkers. If you see someone with the Voidwalker title, I think there's an over 50% chance they bought and didn't complete it themselves. Like, it is a big business. It is a big business. Like, for all of, like, the... And definitely with Voice in the Void. Voice in the Void is basically the mark of a raid buyer. If you see someone with Voice in the Void, it's extremely likely that they bought the title. Yeah. Yes. That's reality. Yeah. Buy raids. Buy gold, I guess, too. Is also an option that you can go for. Yes. Yeah, I don't really want to test that. I want to see what's going on, because I mean, I need to confirm it, right? Doom CM is so easy that using it as a title is a meme. Same with Kadim 1 CM. And I will definitely admit that, yeah, power creep is diminish the value of some of those things. You're absolutely right. Also, Jester is in the mix. Jester invited 2 Shamans, a Blood DK, and a Fury Warrior to his key. That's actually crazy. That's like immediate deplete. Instant deplete. Some people pay for the wipes. Oh yeah, like, this is 100% true. Like, back when Yummy was selling, when he was selling, like, Wing 4 CMs, if the buyer messed up and, like, did Cairn CM wrong, for example, he would charge them an extra 50 gold per wipe. I've seen that happen too. I've seen it get out of control. I've seen there, you know, be a lot of situations where, like, he has charged, like, multiple extra hundreds of gold to people who, like, can't do the achievement properly. Yep. Yeah. Yes. We have a guy who's paying to get believable-looking prog logs with the fake stat logs and everything. Holy shit, that's like another level. That's like the epic buy. So he wants to, like, get onto other groups, basically, and look legit. Interesting. What do you think will be the impact of world restructuring on world versus world? I mean, I think you're going to see a lot more guild-oriented play. It was kind of already going that way, though, so I'm actually not sure if it's going to be super impactful, to be honest, Lorcanu. Because I feel like the way that world restructuring encourages you to play is how people mostly play now, anyway. So I think it might not feel that different. I think what you might see is... I don't know. We don't know how their matchmaker works yet, but, I mean, I guess in theory you should start seeing like some better matchups, like especially when it comes to time zone, because it's trying to like do like the time zone stuff, I think, or something. I'm not sure if they have that implemented yet, actually. That could be fake news, but I think that's what you're going to see. So in theory, like more active matchups across the board is what it's going to be, but I think gameplay-wise it's going to be fairly similar. Yeah. Galago. Very nice. It won't come out. That's what, that's ArenaNet developing World vs. World alliances right there. Yes. You know what the content is, guys? I'll tell you what the content is. I have recorded a video about fractals. It will be unleashed soon. It will be unleashed. Prepare yourselves. Fractals are dead. Well, we'll see. Leak it, and you can actually read the video if you can read the video if you subscribe or support on Patreon. Actually, there you go. Enjoy. Yeah, I'll try and get a Fractal tea time as well going. It's funny actually. Yeah, our very own IV Magic Bot actually wanted to come on tea time a while ago. We never got that sorted out, actually, but this might be a good opportunity to do that. Get some of the DT guys on, maybe, and talk about fractals a little bit. Tea time with Roy. I mean, I would actually love to get some devs on and talk about stuff. I'd love to talk to Grouch again, obviously. Wait, is Ray still working at ArenaNet for World vs. World? I think so, right? Be super cool. That was a great interview with Grouch and Ray. Would love to talk to him about like the plans for World vs. World. That would be really fun, I think. And yeah, obviously I'd love to talk to CMC and Trig, right? Like about skill balance and like where the game is going in that regard, like spears and stuff. That would be really cool. I mean, obviously they're busy guys, but you know, maybe we can work something out at some point. Would be cool. I don't think now is a good time to talk to devs. I think it's the best possible time to talk to devs. We've got some expansion hype going, you know? Hang on. I have a new green screen. It's slightly too long, so it kind of folds and flops a bit. It's not ideal. Fractals are only enjoyable if you play Necro or Soul Beast for DPS and Chrono, Boon Scourge and Scrapper for support. It's a dog shit experience otherwise. I like that. Very strong opinion. When will tea time start? Tea time begins in 2 hours. It begins soon. I really hope that we do see some experimentation actually in the war with NRC Jester. They should 100% try, like, what if there are no affixes? What if keys don't deplete? I think doing, like, a couple of experiments, even if it's only for, like, a month or a couple of weeks even, I think would actually make the experience, like, actually much more fresh and much more enjoyable. What will be the topic on tea time? It's kind of just like a bit of a touch-base tea time, actually, because last week, obviously, I spoke with Emmy and Lara and Nike about the expansion, post-announcement, that is, right? I actually haven't spoken to SNEB, like, in depth about, like, how he's feeling about the expansion. That's going to be fun. And also Bloom. What I really like about Bloom, and why I value having him on the show and kind of listening to his opinions, is because he's an outside perspective, yeah? Like, he's not a Guild Wars 2 player. He's, you know, an MMO player. Like, he plays a lot of different games and is kind of interested across the board. So I think that's a really interesting perspective to kind of get on board there as well. And also, we've got some big content, guys. Tomorrow, I'm talking to Silhouette Gaming about kind of Guild Wars 2 and actually kind of like the oh, we just got fucking immediately smushed. Nice. And kind of the content creation ecosystem. And we're also going double. I'm bringing in Jaffa. We're talking about AFK farmers, guys. We are doing AFK farmer content tomorrow. It's going to be good. It's going to be great. Get ready for it. This guy's dead. Yeah, content is incoming. And yeah, we will eventually get Revelation on tea time as well. Revelation time is coming. But yeah, we're doing AFK farmers tomorrow, guys, and we're talking about content creation and kind of like the Guild Wars 2 content cycle, all that kind of stuff. And you know what you know, like why people move away, why the game doesn't retain people, that sort of thing. How the new affixes are ultimately harmless and not a big deal in the pod. They have to change Sanguine, Bolstering, Raging tier. I'd be inclined to agree with that, though. I would actually kind of slam them a little bit, though. Having Kiss Curse be passive is dumb. It should be active, obviously, because otherwise it's just, like, very uninteractive. And I actually am a little bit... I'm not super concerned about... I'm not that concerned about... most of them in terms of gameplay. Outside of Attuned, I really don't like the 30% haste on mana enemies. I think that is going to be cancer. That's basically going to be 30% more bolts going off, which is really dangerous to DPS and tanks as well. And also, if there's any stop, let's say there's a 1.5 second cast AoE stop that you need to use, that will just be absolute AIDS, because that's going to shrink that down to, like, you know, potentially like a really fast cast could be like close to half a second, like slightly more than half a second. I think that's just unacceptable, to be honest. And they're gonna have to be really careful, like designing like how long the cast times are on a lot of these kind of like AoE stop abilities in the new dungeons. I don't know, it is what it is. And yeah, obviously Sanguine, Bolstering, and Raging should all be removed. There is all three of those things are just dog shit. I think you can actually justify it on a design basis. I feel like Mythic Plus is about, like, I think Mythic Plus really encourages you to pull big, and pull stuff on bosses and go fast. And all three of those affixes punish you for doing that. So in my opinion, they literally punish you for doing Mythic Plus, basically, for, like, playing the game, like, almost like the way you're supposed to play it, which... I think it's just not something you ever want in your game, honestly, when it comes to design. I actually think that some of the instabilities in Guild Wars 2, they could just take those. I actually think stuff like, stuff that's a little bit more like Toxic Trail, if they want to have something pretty impactful, that would be kind of AIDS in WoW, but I actually, especially for melee DPS, but I mean, look, Blizzard hates melee DPS players anyway, so that will be right in line. Or like Toxic Sickness, I think will be a lot better, as well, something like that. There's a million things they could do that I think are just way better. Stick Together. That will be actual unplayable cancer in WoW. So yeah, definitely not that one. But yeah. Yes. Oh no. All specs but DK are also DO. Yo, DK is so good. Actually, it's so strong on beta right now. Obviously, you can't really make any kind of prediction about balance. Like, looking at a beta, like, months away from launch is obviously going to be tuning. Like, some stuff is, like, giga underpowered. Like, some stuff is obviously overpowered. But, yeah, DK looks really good. I really like the talent tree. There's a lot of really good stuff. Really, really good changes they made to DK, actually. And Deathbringer is very strong as well. Yeah. Yes. Very good. Dawnbreaker first balls of mobs that have a 0.8 second cast, non-attuned. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be fun to interact with on attuned, obviously. Oh, wait, no, it's not. I think stuff like that is not good. Like, that's why I don't like attuned. I don't like the haste buff whatsoever. Like, I'm fine with, like, mobs doing more damage, right? Like, that's basically just fortified, right? More or less, right? Like, a different version of fort. Dude, I got knocked off. It's actually over. Switch to Arcane on those weeks. That is good. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's, like, the good way to do it, though. Like, I think if you want to... I feel like you should try to create design that makes you want to go in that direction, I guess. Like, I guess, like, for example, like, a good thing right now, to use Mage as an example, is that you might want to play Frost on Halls of Infusion, not only because you can slow the frogs, which is very advantageous, but also because there's not much prio there. Like, differentiating dungeons by, like, oh yeah, are there prio targets that exist, or is it just like all you need to do, like, as much AoE damage as possible? I think that's, like, a good differentiator you can make. I think there's, like, ways to do it in such a way that don't make it god comp. I think there's also, like, kind of another thing is, like, the utility thing as well. Like, the problem right now with, like, the WoW meta is that Mage is giga DPS, giga tanky, and has insane utility because it buffs your healer, it buffs your other intellect DPS, and it has a bunch of, like, useful tricks it can do as well, right? It's, like, very high utility with, like, mass barrier. It's a very good ability. On top of that, it's kind of the same thing with Shadow Priest as well. Like, Shadow Priest has, like, really powerful support abilities with 5% extra stamina. Also has Vampiric Embrace, which is obviously, like, really good for, like, kind of like a group-wide, like, style utility thing. It also has prio damage, and it also has, like, the most broken AoE that exists. Like, to me, this is just, like, a very clear-cut balance issue, in my mind. It's, like, it's like, pretty clear that the issue here is not, anything other than these specs are just kind of ridiculous with the way they operate. And also then Augmentation Evoker really makes it worse, because Augmentation Evoker has giga synergy with Mage and Shadow Priest, just in general, because you're kind of like duplicating the power infusion. I mean, like, power infusion in and of itself, I think, is kind of a design issue, but certainly its interaction with Augmentation Evoker is problematic, because in other words, like, PI gets stronger because the Augmentation Evoker also essentially benefits from the PI, whereas normally it would only go on one player, like this, like, haste buff would only go on one player. So I think there's a lot going on there that I think caused the meta to be the way it is right now. Like, currently, and, you know, just throughout a lot of Dragonflight, like Season 2 of Dragonflight, there's been some, like, really, really just broken shit in the game that hasn't really been addressed. And I think Augmentation Evoker is definitely the key there, and also just how strong prio damage is. Like, it's very weird that you can have, like, a spec that does some of the best DPS in the game also have the best prio damage in the game. Like, if you're going to be a prio damage spec, like, you should obviously have to pay a bit of a price for that, right? And, like, really, like, Fire Mage and Shadow Priest kind of don't, really. Like, prio damage is obviously a big advantage sometimes, but, yeah, I don't know. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, Rippler. But anyway, enough complaining about WoW. Don't worry, we'll complain. Oh, look, and trust me, I'm going to be complaining about Guild Wars 2 Fractals. I think I would say I'm firm but fair in my Fractal video. It should be coming out the next couple of days, actually. It's not going to be like a super edited one. It's just like a pretty basic video. I just wanted to talk a little bit about Fractals, and kind of actually prompt some discussion. Like, I want to actually kickstart some discussion. I'll probably post it to the Reddit, I think. I'll actually post it myself, because I really want to get people talking about it. Because, look, I'll actually just say this. I do kind of want to prod ArenaNet a little bit about this, and I think that they do respond. Like, if there's a public discussion, they do respond when there are, like, Reddit threads being talked about, and this is something that the community is concerned about, and I really want to get that going, actually. Not in bad faith, by the way. Like, I don't want to, like, you know, I don't want to, you know, draw toxicity. I want to have a very open discussion. I want to prompt ArenaNet to respond to it, hopefully, or at least, you know, be aware of the issue and kind of, like, where people are at when it comes to Fractals, because I think that's what we really need right now. I think we need some communication from ArenaNet regarding Fractals and kind of regarding, like, where they are in the game. So, yeah, I don't know. Full Minstrels. This is full Celestial. It's a Selly meta right now in World vs. World. Enjoy it. Yes. But yeah, that's the thing. And yeah, get early access by subscribing or going on Patreon. You can see it on my Google Drive. Enjoy. Very good. Yes. A bullet point for the expansion marketing with how hard they're half-assing them. Well, I mean, like, development... I don't really want to get into development constraints, honestly, because to me, I don't think that's a particular... I'm not sure if that's, like, a super productive conversation path to go down. I think I'd rather just say, right, look, this is the situation, this is what I see as the issue, and this is what I want to see happen, right? Like, that to me, like, seems like a much more productive discussion to go down, rather than, I'm not sure if they have the resources to actually pull this off. And by the way, I don't necessarily disagree with that. In fact, I think I'd be inclined to agree with that. I think that probably is an element of this. It feels super weird to me that the Fractal was just kind of like... It definitely does feel like it is a bit of a YOLO thing. They just, like, threw it together. Like, yeah, here's the Fractal, boom, enjoy. It certainly does feel that way. However, I would also say that... like, some part of that is also present throughout SoTo. Like, if you look at the open world encounter design, it's also very mediocre. I think Epoch in particular is very much like a, oh yeah, like, here's that thing, by the way. Here's that thing! Yeah. Ah! Plenix is doing Serra CM training. Very, very nice. That's incredible stuff. Three-day head start for the video. Yeah, it's pay to win. Enjoy it. Enjoy. Here's Wing 8. Boom. Enjoy. Well, I mean, I hope so. If It better be good. It better do actual good wing. Where's all the action, by the way, guys? What is this? Am I on like a dead, actual dead server? Hello? What is this? It's over, guys. It's actually over. Ettin's back. Well, I don't know where everyone's at. Okay, what server is it? Where's Lara, actually? What matchup is Lara on? We can go stream snipe Lara. It's time. Yes. Ettin's back. Whoa. Yo, holy shit. I can see where everyone is. Look at that. That's cool. Look at this. Ettin's back. Ah, Lara is Grent's door. Look at that. Very good. You love to see it. Very nice. Blue Borderland? I have to go to Blue Borderland? Okay, I'm coming. Wait. Oh wait, everyone's on the green one though. Everyone's on the green Borderland. We gotta get on. We gotta get in over there. Well, there's a bit of a fight over here actually. Let's go. I'm going in. Although actually, I'm not sure if it's a good idea to go in here actually. New names are silly. And I don't know. I kind of like them to be honest. They do give me a little bit of a chuckle. I like that. I like that they are, you know, they are a little bit goofy. But to be honest, like, is that really such a bad thing? Holy shit. Oh, it's over. Surely I rally here, though, actually. I like how they just didn't res this person. Nice. I think we need to run outside here. Ah! Okay, never mind. I'm going back in. Fuck you. We're out. Took Moogaloo from EU. I mean, yeah, Moogaloo is definitely pretty high tier. I can't believe they took Moogaloo, guys. It's over. It's actually over. Alpine board. Wait, do I want to leave? There's like nothing going on here. This is lame. I guess there's like a little scuffle here, but it's not. Where are the actual fights? Okay, fine. I'm going Alpine Borderlands, boys. Let's go. Holy shit, these guys are just dead. It's over. I'm rezzing. I blame Trig for the loss of Moogaloo. I fully blame Trig, and it feels good. Alright, is there action? Let's go! I'm going in. Still no B trigger mode? Yeah, guys, why do we not have B trig? Like, okay, fine. We're getting B trig on the stream, the beta stream, the spear stream. Let's make that happen. Let's make it happen, guys. Yeah. Are you excited for B trig? It will arrive. I don't think actually that anyone's gonna be able to talk BMC. It just works so well. BMC is pretty high tier. Buh. Yes. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Okay, here we go. We got content. Let's go! Alright, here we go. Yes, yes. Little fight. I'm going in. B-Roy. I mean, B-Roy is pretty good, yeah. B-Roy. Gaze into the endless bark and despair. Gape into the abyss. What are you talking about? Ah, Sebastian. Sebastian is back once again. Zoja Gar. Let's take this food. That's power. If we have like a Selly one. Ah, there we go. Nice. Selly food. Huge. Nice. Wait. Gape into the abyss. What? That is very interesting. That is a very interesting achievement name. What do you think about the Sully Blob meta? It seems like a bit of the scuffed HOT meta. So in my mind, I actually like it. if I'm being honest. I think the HOT World versus World meta was by far the most based World versus World meta that we've ever had. And anything that even remotely resembles that is therefore based. So that's kind of like my, I guess, my broad take on that. I do think it is, again, I think it is like the impure version of the meta though. Like, and I say that because the fact that you run like 50,000 supports is probably not good. I think I'm not a huge fan of that, and I think cooldowns are still way too low. Like, it's so spammy. Like, World vs. World is like spammy on another level right now, I think, which certainly isn't ideal. But I do think that this kind of brawler style meta is fun to play, and therefore I don't hate it, to be honest. It's probably a little bit too high on the sustain. Again, like, running 3 to 4 supports per subgroup is weird, even if they are hybrids, even if it is like hybrid Firebrands, hybrid Scourges, and stuff like that. It's still a bit sus, I think. Yeah. Not ideal. I wasn't born that year, please explain. Basically, HOT was pure melee blob. Like, you were the ultimate melee blob. Add a tree-themed title with a tree-themed boss in the expansion. Type buh to activate. I don't know how this made it to production. I mean, yeah, that's quite something. And look, ArenaNet just a big fan of gaping. What can I say? Awesomeness proving that he is, in fact, not reformed. Why do you guys even like buh, by the way? What does it even mean? When you guys put buh, what are you expressing? I don't really know what that emote means, if we're being honest here. I don't know what that is. I don't know what buh means. Boom. I did it. Oh, fucking hell, run. Get me out of here. Thing is, because I don't... this build doesn't really heal that much. It doesn't have honor, for example. And you don't really have a lot of, like, actual healing on this. It's more of, like, a damage build, almost. So this is kind of not the ideal build to be running right now. Because I kind of want to... You really want to be brawling with this build. Like, applying your Aegis constantly. And proccing your Shattered Aegis, like, right in the middle of the enemy. But it's a little bit hard to do that without that support, right? You kind of need the support. Why Scepter? I think the goal of the Scepter is like a lot of multi-hits and the Immobilize as well with Chains of Light. I think there's like definitely some weapons that you could play here though. Like you could go with Axe, get some pulls going. Some bit of pull gaming in the mix. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Scepter's also really good for building up the might as well. Because you run Zeal, obviously, for Shattered Aegis. So you can go Zealous Scepter, right? And then you just basically get 25 might. Like you slap the Symbol of Punishment down, and it's going to stack up to 25 might very, very quickly. Like when you're activating it with Permeating Wrath. That kind of stuff, though. It's good stuff. Yeah. Stop hack. 900k spike hack. What is going on here? How much would Sully have to be nerfed to destroy the Monopoly in World vs. World? I think the problematic part of it is the durations, right? Like the boon duration, condition duration. Like that is just, it's so much value to have that. And it's also, the kind of weird thing about Celestial as well, is that it's not that expensive, right, stat-wise, to run it. Like, you still have good healing power. And I think this kind of maybe says something about, like, I think that the way you would fix this would be looking at healing modifiers. Like, healing modifiers being as strong as they are. Because if you don't run that much healing power, you can still actually be a powerful support just by removing conditions. Like, for example, this build still removes plenty of conditions with Absolute Resolve. Obviously, 5 Condis on Eternal Oasis here as well, like AoE. But also just healing modifiers in general are really powerful. Just like, they can kind of make up for not having that much healing power a lot of the time. So that's kind of like the issue there. Like, getting all those stats is just kind of crazy value, especially the durations. And boons will make up for any shortcomings a lot of the time in healing modifiers. Celestial is probably not a stat type in its current form that works very well in World versus World. It's a bit problematic, I think, when it comes to balance. If there was any stat that you would split, it would be Celestial. The problem is, though, actually, because of power creep and... this is, like, the really tricky thing, though. So, the issue with World versus World in general right now is that the game has sped up so much since HOT. Like, all of a sudden, you are constantly corrupting. You are constantly applying boons. If you actually look at organized... if you look at organized World versus World footage right now, like... the application speed and removal speed of everything when it comes to colonies and when it comes to boons, so both sides of the equation, it is insane. It is absolutely ridiculous, like, how fast the application is. Currently. So, if you actually did nerf Celestial, it would probably be pretty bad, if I'm being real. Because Celestial, back in the day, was okay, because you didn't need to have, like, very high boon duration and very high, you didn't need that, really. Not in the same way. Because there wasn't as much, like, application and removal. Whereas now, like, you kind of need to have that concentration in order to kind of keep up with the way the meta is right now. They made the game too hard. A game being faster doesn't actually necessarily mean it's harder, actually. And then, in fact, I think in a lot of ways, Guild Wars 2's speed up has kind of just made the game more difficult in a sense, but a lot easier in another, right? Like, your ability usage used to be a lot more... It used to be a little bit more tactical, I think, in all game modes, actually, but definitely World versus World. Whereas now... I feel like, your ability usage is spammy. Like, your correct play is almost always fucking send it, right? Like, that's pretty much, like, the way it's always gonna be. Like, you just send, like, just no matter what, just send absolutely everything. And that makes the game easier, but in terms of, like, how many buttons you have to press, it is definitely harder, yeah. For sure. Like, for example, I think PvE actually shows this off really well. I think Guild Wars 2 PvE used to be way harder in terms of like a skill level, because your ability usage was way more important. But if you actually look at the APM, it was way slower. Like, if you take a look at, say, Old Staff Tempest, or Old Chrono. I think Old Chrono is the ultimate example of this. Old Chronomancer was not super high APM, but it was way harder to play than modern Chronomancer, because each decision you made and how you executed your rotation was so much more impactful than is right now. Like, it's a lot harder to make bad decisions, I feel like, in terms of ability usage in modern Guild Wars 2. It's the big challenging thing about Guild Wars 2 now is send, right? And that, I think PvE, it's very true in PvE. PvE is all about send it, right? Which it didn't used to be that way. So yeah, it's faster, but I'd say it's easier. Like, it's easier to play for sure. I saw SNEB was in my matchup. Totally got put with half Maguma. I mean, honestly, that's where you want to be. Being on the same team as Maguma, that's what we love to see. Maguma content. They're actually stealthing, so I'm not going to go with them. I'm going to kind of go off to the side here. Let's get in there. Let's go. I am breathing fire. My condies. I'm covered in condies, guys. It's actually over. boon rotations makes this game miserable. I actually don't think so. Because again, like the game was very boon oriented back in HOT, but I don't think it was quite the. It wasn't really the same in terms of like the way that like the upkeeping is, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. It's harder mechanically. I'm not actually sure that's true, to be honest. Like, because speed is only one part of mechanics, right? I don't think that, faster means harder mechanically. Not necessarily. Yes. It's time. You can bomb again 10 seconds later. That's kind of what I mean, though, right? Like, the game is just fast now. Like, you have just shorter cooldowns. Ah, yes. Elixir of Ambition. Gain all boons. That's quite something. The best Werewolves meta was on Path of Fire launch, and you earned 30 Scourges and 10 Firebrands. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Highly unfortunate. They might stealth again here, so I'm going to go off to the side so I don't disrupt the stealth. Cooldowns are for losers. Just press everything always. I mean, yeah, that is pretty based. I would highly recommend that. Just send. Send as hard as possible. Send. Dude, holy shit. You guys see this? Like, they're just going in. Like, the team, they're just pumping. Oh, boy. You know another thing we've got to do, guys? We need a campaign to legalize Guild Wars 2 Clarity. That is a good add-on. Okay? That's a good fucking add-on. I want to be able to use that on stream. That is a good add-on. Feels good. Oh, I missed my immobilize. Power Grid feature go? Oh, of course, yeah. I think this does happen in pretty much every game, not even every MMO. I think that power creep inevitably leads to, you know, I think it inevitably leads to the game becoming less skill-oriented and, you know, it's quite paradoxical, right? I think the game becomes less skillful, but in another sense, it's harder for new people to learn because of how fast it ends up going. Yeah, for sure. And by the way, that 1,000,000% happened in StarCraft 2. You know, when I started playing SE2 with SNEB a little bit, he was like, dude, like, this is fucked up, you know? Like, you know, he used to play SE2, he plays Warcraft 3, and, you know, plays RTS games, all that kind of stuff. And, like, he really remarked when he came back to StarCraft 2, like, how fast the game is and how, like, harass and multitask-oriented the game has become now. And a big part of that is because, like, some of the economy changes that happened, specifically in Legacy of the Void, right? The final expansion for StarCraft 2. And yeah, he's completely right, by the way. Like, the game is way harder, I think, for new players to get into now, because the game has just become so much faster over time. Not only because of player skill creep, which obviously has happened, but also just simply because, like, the game is just faster. Like, things happen quicker, right? Like, units, like, battles are shorter in StarCraft 2 because of how powerful the units are. Like, stuff like Disruptor, stuff like Widow Mines, stuff like, the buffs to siege tanks, right? Like, the buffs to all of these, like, big endgame tech units, has just, like, created this acceleration in the game that is, like, super difficult, I think, for newer players to interact with, because of how fast things end up going. But, yeah, it is what it is. I don't think it's good as well. I think all of this is bad in every game. And I'm a huge StarCraft 2 sim, but I think it was really bad. I think the economy changes they made in Legacy were a disaster, to be honest. I do not agree with them whatsoever. They should not have done that. But, oh well. It's illegal? Well, I mean, Clarity, it's probably in the don't ask, don't tell category, but I certainly wouldn't use it as an ArenaNet partner on stream. That's probably no good. What's Clarity? I mean, Clarity is basically weak auras, pretty much. It lets you get this stuff here, like effects, and put them anywhere you want. Pretty much. We need to come up with, like, an amusing name for weak auras in Guild Wars 2. Plen auras. Boon auras. No, what's that actual silly name? What could we do? What could be weak auras in Guild Wars? Weak boons. Strong auras. I mean, man... Strong auras. Timers, very basic UI customization. Yeah, but I think the reason why they don't do timers is because they don't want to push it. And they're kind of playing it safe in respect for the company and respect for the TOS, and I definitely understand that. That makes sense to me. I think that if there was actually like a proper actual ruling on this, I think that you know, the developers would actually implement stuff like buff timers, for example, on quickness and alacrity, because they are there, they're here, right? Like there are timers for these things, like they exist. It's just that Clarity doesn't copy that. Again, I think out of respect, you know, out of respect to the company, which I completely understand. Obviously, I think that's, you know, that's valid. I get it. But it would be great. Like, just think how good that would be in every game mode. Like, I think that would be insanely sick in every single game mode. Like, if you had that type of customization. Oh, happy Saturday to you. Looking for a Fractal Guardian build for my friend. Is there any good one except for Heal Firebrand? You know, funnily enough, Dragon Hunter is actually really good in Fractals. It's one of the few places in the game where it is really strong. It's time. I had no heal skill. It's actually over. Nice. That was not good. The ability usage there was questionable, at best. Yes. Enjoy. Dog Hunter. Yeah. Yes. DH is trash and pugs. Play Dragon Hunter, guys. Play Dragon Hunter. Let's take a look at Sarah CM. Let's take a look at Plenix's Sarah CM training. Every DH player I've ever seen does less DPS than the Boon DPS. Answer me this, Magrust. You see a Dragon Hunter doing 3k DPS. How do you react to that? Got placed in the same shard. Well, I assume that it's trying to put like high activity players together, yeah? And I'm completely out of the loop on the scene right now, but I'm assuming those two guilds are kind of like big blasters, right? Big juicers. I assume it's looking at them going like, yeah, these guys play a lot, right? Let's put them together so that they're gonna have fun with each other, right? Like they're, you know, I imagine those guilds are the type of guild that would want to be together. Right, I would want to be with in that thing, and of course they might end up splitting them up, right? You know, if the algorithm so dictates that at some point, to kind of create better, more exciting matchups. Because theoretically, with this, what should be happening here, right, is oh, I guess I'm on that shot, huh? NTM, not to me. That's a good guild name, actually. I'm kind of assuming that this is a really strong team, and in theory, the matchmaker should recognize this and then not put them together again, yeah? Because if this group, if Etin's back is like mega dominant in fights, their algorithm should say, well, hang on a minute, this is no good. We probably need to put these two teams on opposite, you know, in different shards, right? In different worlds. Like, that is what should happen if I'm understanding, like, the procedure correctly with all this stuff. Like, that should happen. So you should end up getting some better matchups. And it will probably take a couple of rematches, right? Like, it's probably not going to get it first try, obviously. But I think theoretically, like, over the next couple of months and next team building activities, it should get some decent results. Where I can see how it splits alliances. Well, I mean, the alliances don't exist. It's just world restructuring. But, I mean, their algorithm looks at stuff like... their algorithm is looking at stuff like activity, what time people play, what activities people do. So if it's PPT players or if it's going to be fight-oriented players, it's probably going to look at stuff like server KD, right? Like, are people, you know, winning fights? Is this team, like, super dominant? Are they way too strong? Like, it's going to be all that kind of stuff. Well, bear in mind, it's going to have to guess. It's going to have to kind of... This first setup here, I know some people have been saying that it's a bit scuffed. That's not really a surprise to me, and it shouldn't be a surprise to you either. Like, at the end of the day, their algorithm is basically just saying, fuck it, let's see what happens. This is kind of a... It's going to be like the most YOLO, right? It should ever be, theoretically, I think. And, like, again, I think we should really give it a chance. If next time around it is just completely cursed and it's clearly, you know, problematic in some areas, then I think that's the time to, like, really, you know, kind of hammer some of that feedback in, I think, and say, okay, something's not quite right here with how it's building these teams. But I think for this one, expect it to be a little bit messy, expect it to be imperfect, and then we'll see what happens when it's got more data to feed on, right? I don't want to wait 40 days. I understand that and I respect that. Like, you know, I 100% know what you're saying. And yeah, there are going to be some growing pains. There absolutely are. I don't know. Like, it's a new system, right? Like, it's a new idea they're bringing to the table to kind of give a better experience to world versus world players. And yeah, like, some of that might be rough. Some of it might be a bit of a downgrade even until the system starts to work or until further refinements to the system are made. Yo, I'm going to know about that with the Prime. Nice. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Also, Jimmy in the chat. Shout out to Jimmy. Helping us update the world versus world builds to the celestial meta on hardstuck.gg. Looking for fine world versus world players to update our website. If that's you, you should send me a message on Discord. Join Jimmy in saving world versus world. Literally, single-handedly. It's going to be a great time, guys. Nice. What build are you running? I'm running Celestial Shattered Ages Firebrand. It's a very cool build. I'm a big fan of this. It's quite similar to the old Core Guardian Celestial Shattered Ages build back in HOT. Love to see it. What is the website? I have a build website. Hardstuck.gg. And kind of let it sit around doing nothing for a while, but it's something that it's actually a project that I really enjoyed working on, so I really want to put some time into it and actually make it good. Because right now it's scuffed as hell. I'm not going to make any pretensions that it's not, but I think it has some really cool features. I think that you know, I have a slightly different approach to build guides and like kind of how to express that. And I think that the site actually has some merit, and I think if it's actually properly maintained, it can be a really good asset to the community, actually, with that, so yeah. Oh, yeah, just, yeah, give Renorb a shout for that link here, he'll sort you out, no problem. But yeah, that's basically, like, the situation with that, but yeah. I'm bringing that back, because, again, it's a project that I personally enjoy a lot. I also really like the technical side of it as well. There's some really cool technology involved in that website, especially when it comes to the tooltips and how we actually format guides, especially with video. I want to get that implemented out to some of the build guides too, actually, like over time. But I have a lot of interesting ideas. I think that, you know, it can add something to the scene. I have played DH and Pug Fractals for a long time. It's the most rotten, unrewarding, scuffed meta DPS build in the game. Your burst uptime is desynced on every boss. It never aligns with the classes you will play with. You will never carry, and you will only grief and feed. I don't want ArenaNet to buff or rework it. It should rot away in Icebrood Saga 5 meta. Everyone should kick all DH players on site. Interesting. Very nice. Dude, yeah, honestly, the holo build right now is actually very based as well. Like, you like, detonate on people. Although I think you actually can run the enhanced capacity storage unit as well, like, if that's your thing. But I think, like, the exploding build is extremely funny. I do like that. is Core Guardian better than DH? I'm not sure I'd really say going Core Guard is the way to go in Fractals or like in PvE, but yeah, I mean, core classes are actually surprisingly good, like because you can use elite spec weapons now on basically everything, and like in general they've buffed weapons pretty significantly over time. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, yeah, core classes are surprisingly pretty good. What's a good DPS spec that's relatively easy to pilot but not understimulating? I would say something like Soul Beast is pretty good, or Reaper. Or, you know what, I'd even say Condivert. Like, Condivert is one of the easiest builds in the game to play, but you're definitely pressing a lot of buttons. I wouldn't say it's understimulating, right? It's not something like Rifle Mech, right? Like, Rifle Mech is just not engaging to play, to be honest. For example. And Mech in general isn't super engaging because it's so passive. But, you know. You know, okay, actually, chat, help me out here. Give me, give me some feedback on this. So, something that I find so troubling, and genuinely very, very troubling, actually, is this idea in the Guild Wars 2 community that... that playing and learning the game is not realistic and not attainable. Like, I hate this because it makes me sad. I really get the impression that a lot of people, maybe even the majority, kind of look at playing a build and like learning a build to be a goal that just isn't realistic, or it's too difficult for them. And I find this very problematic, not because... I want to be very clear on this. I don't mind if people don't want to, like, kind of get good or whatever. That's not what I'm complaining about here. What I'm complaining about is that I think a lot of people think they can't, right? That, oh yeah, it's simply too difficult. This is not possible. I can't do it. Like, the only way I'll ever be able to play this stuff is with low-intensity builds that, you know, are appropriate to my skill level. Like, this is... This, to me, is very sad, I think. I really don't like this, to be honest. And I think it's such a big, prevalent thing in the Guild Wars 2 community. Maybe all MMO communities, but I think it's especially severe in Guild Wars. I don't know, like, what do you guys think I'm crazy? Like, what do you guys think? I kind of want some feedback on this. Am I just crazy or what? Do you guys feel that as well? I don't know. No, it's no. Again, I'm not talking about people who say, like, yeah, I know I'm not good, I don't want to get better. Like, that, to me, fair, I got zero issues with that. That's no problem to me. I'm not bothered by that. What bothers me is when players say things like, man, I really wish I could improve, but I just think I can't, right? Like, I don't think that I'm gonna be able to do this. Like, I'm not capable of doing it. Like, that's the kind of statement and sentiment that I find very disturbing and very sad, actually. It's because I don't agree with that. I think that players who say that absolutely can do this. And yeah, it might take some time, and it's certainly not going to be easy. It's not going to be trivial. But I think players can do this, and they will be able to actually kind of accomplish their goals or kind of like do whatever they want, really. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I needed to wait for another page there. Unfortunate. I'm one of those people. I want to, man, but too much work. See, the thing is it though? Right? So, here's the thing, Xandrix. If I sat you down... If we picked any build you want, I mean any build, I mean literally any build, I would even go as far to say that we could do this on a build like Condi Deadeye, which has the most cancer rotation in the game. Chadfried, Garfried, Beetle, Enjoyer, Speedman. Stay tuned for Beetle tournament, guys. I actually have some tournament plans, 4 tournaments post-expansion. Stay tuned for that. But anyway, if we picked any build and we sat you down, I think you could be pretty good at it in, like, I don't know, want QWOP invite? Man, you know, I do actually have a spare guild slot, but realistically, I don't think I should join your guild, because I don't think I can commit to playing with you guys, unfortunately. Wait, Roy is QWOP leader? What the fuck? That's crazy. I mean, that's not a surprise. Roy is literally leader of all guilds. But anyway, I got distracted there. We could take you, and you could be proficient with any build in the game in a couple of hours. Right? And I even say that in PvP. Like, you could 100% get, like, a decent handle on some of this stuff in PvP or World vs. World in a couple of hours. 100%. Tempest? Alacrity or DPS support with Celestial stats? I mean, if you... I wouldn't go with Celestial for that, honestly. Like, Ritualist gear is usually pretty good for this sort of thing. Because you don't really want the toughness on an Alacrity support. You're going to be tanking. But if you want to play, like, a heal Tempest, like, you can 100% play a heal Tempest with Celestial gear if you want to. Like, that's, like, totally something that you can do. Like, if you're looking to do that sort of thing, yeah. Let's go. Dude, this group is just destroying. Holy shit. It's actually so interesting to watch this. If you watch gameplay of guilds like this, do you know what you end up seeing? Like, you end up seeing the health bars barely move. Because the support is so strong. Looking at all this, you know, you've got your Chronos in here. You've probably got some Vindies. You've got Scourges, obviously, right? Kind of in the mix with all of this stuff. Like, if you very rarely see the HP move, right, on these players. You just fucking destroy, right? You just, like, push through basically everything. That would be an easy good build. I got Sally, but nothing else to send for Fractals. I'd just go with Heal Tempest, honestly. I'd go Heal Ellie. With this kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like, a lot of the times you see death, it's, like, very quick. Like, you know, you're either, like, full health and, like, perma-sustained, or you get, like, obliterated, right? You get, like, smushed. Like, immediately into the ground. And yeah, I've been watching a lot of... Well, I've been watching Parrish play a lot, like some of his YouTube content. I've been watching some of the GVG stuff that was going on recently. It's a very interesting thing to look at, I guess, right? It's like very all or nothing. Sarah's 11%. Thoughts? I love to fucking see it. Plengar in the chat. Very good. I gave up on heal farmer and I couldn't heal enough. I tried so hard and researched so much. Well... Okay, if I'm being real here, what's going to be going on there is that you don't know how to improve. And by the way, don't be worried about that. It's actually, like, a really difficult skill to learn. Like, there's absolutely no shame in that, and there's, like, nothing wrong with that. But... yeah, that's when stuff like watching your own gameplay comes back and looking at other people play and seeing how they do it. And then, like, what is this guy doing that I'm not doing, right? Like, taking some things that you can... And also just asking questions as well, right? Like, talking to other players, like, you know, kind of having that type of research where you kind of get in there and actually speak with people. I think that is also just so unbelievably useful, actually. It's, like, super useful to do that kind of thing. And, like, this is a skill that you develop over time, obviously, right? Like, it's not something that you know immediately. Like, you 100% have to kind of practice it and get better at it. We got a pump. I should have waited for this ability. Never mind, I got it anyway. I got a page. Saved. Saved! Dingson's, thanks to the tier 1. I can't do it. I actually want to enjoy the game. Ha! Good meme. We love to see it. Yeah, log review and, like, VOD review is so unbelievably useful. You definitely want to get in on the action with that stuff. That's the good shit. I think they will update rewards, yeah. I think it will continue. Well, you take willing players and shape them into mean machines. Do you know the problem with that series, Brimstar? This is a really interesting question. A really interesting thing. The people who have the right mentality have already done it. Like, people who are willing don't need your help. I think that the overlap between people who aren't already on the growth, like the growth arc, and people who are willing, I think those things, that's not a Venn diagram, it's a circle. Yeah, like that's why that's I think a really tough series to do. You see that with you saw that with the boot camp. Like with the boot camp, with the boot camp, most of the boot camp were not really on the growth mindset, right? Or weren't really on board with it. Like Cuspines being the exception, in my opinion. But the amount of players you'd find for something like that would actually be the right type of player is minuscule. Like, because a lot of it is from within, right? Like, I can't force someone to get into the right mindset. Like, only they can. That's why doing stuff like this, I think, is really difficult. Because people who are in the right mindset have already done it, and they're already doing it. They certainly don't need my help to get them to do that. It's just, yeah, I don't know. It's a really funny one. It's very difficult to talk about without sounding kind of circular in a way, right? Like, you know, like almost like No True Scotsman. But yeah, that's kind of like the way I see it anyway. Oh no. You appreciate my just different diagrams. Well, I'm glad you do. I'm firing out a random immobilize. Let's go. Let's go. Any pullers? They were just fucking destroying. Let's go. It's a massacre. Not a bit weird they're not making a blog post weekend event on World vs. World launch. I think they'll probably do something more akin to a post-mortem, right? Like, you know, after the dust has settled, they'll talk about, like, how it went, I think. That is what I would say. Let's see what we've got here. Plenix sent me a clip.
Dodging left here. Dodging left.
Here we go. Oh.
What the f-
Wait, what the fuck was that, actually? What happened there? Wait. What happened here?
Dodging left.
Wait, who did that? Did it go on a dead person?
What the
Oh, yeah, it did.
fuck?
Okay. Quick. Okay, we've got to talk about this, guys. ArenaNet, stop programming stuff like this. The beam goes on the person who opened the instance first, I believe. And I assume that still happens if they're dead. Or something like that. I don't know. Like, why do they write code like that? I don't get it. Doesn't make any sense to me. It's very weird. To be clear, I don't know if that's actually what's going on there, but... Oh, no. Yes. The embodiment at 1850 goes into the service one can target dead people. Oh, okay. Yeah, the service one can target... Okay. Oh, I see. It can target dead people. Yeah, like, why... I don't know. Why does that happen? I don't know. Like, they just need to not make... They just need to make it not do that. I don't understand why they keep making, like, the same... like logic mistakes almost, right? Like that's just like a code logic mistake. It shouldn't be that way. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Ooh. We got some big fights going on here, guys. Time to pump. We got him. Dude, hit fucking Ultimate Dominator 2. Here we come. They never did GitHub when the interns... Yeah, I mean, look, okay. Actually, can we actually be real here, guys? Comments like this are cringe. And I am going to push back against them. Yeah? Ha ha. ArenaNet, let the interns make that shit. This is cringe. Just so we're clear, this is cringe. It's not even funny. It's not clever. It's pathetic. Okay, yeah. And thank you very much, Sevian. I appreciate that. Oh dear. Oh yeah, oh dear. I'm calling out for being an asshole. Yeah, yeah, oh dear. Wow, you got me. Wow. You annoyed me by saying something stupid. Wow. Oh, you got me good. Chat, did you see how he got me? Oh shit. Fuck me, dude. Right into the trap, dude. Oh man. What is this one golem meme? You need a girl, bro? What's the context of that? What do you mean by that? Yes. There's a scuff version of the Venn diagram for people who want to get better but aren't already. I for one, want to beat Ceres Legendary Mode, but as a Ranger. Actually, every single group on the TOF Discord is doing double walls. Converts, Heal Scourge, and Heal Chrono. Well, make your own group that's doing Immobilize. Like, Plenix is literally doing... Plenix is literally doing that strat now. He's doing double wall with Immobilize. For the record, I actually prefer that strat. Like, it's a little bit more coordination, which is why a lot of groups don't go for that. They don't go for Immobilize, because I think it slightly complicates things. You also need to have portals in your Virtuosos, so it makes the group building a little bit more complex, but I actually think it's a superior strategy. Also, it means you have Druid for sub 10%, and I think Druid is amazing for sub 10%. Its output simply cannot be matched, right? It really, really cannot. And by the way, actually, I want to be clear. Your statement is kind of scuffed as well, actually. You could probably talk to these guys, actually, on NA. Grimjack does this strat weekly. They do Druid strat, which is basically like a hybrid. It's double wall, but combined with some of the embodiment of Sin movement, and also utilizing Druid as well, because, again, like, the healing is just, it's just second to none. It really is second to none here. But, yeah, I don't know. Druid Chrono Herald Scourge is God comp. Yeah, I really like this setup as well, actually. Like, for the base, like, the core here is really good. This actually was running Heal Chrono and Druid. But, I mean, yeah, I think the Heal Scourge is really nice just for the revive power. But bear in mind, you could just put Mercy Relic on the Druid, for example, and actually drop the Heal Scourge and simply run the Chrono as well. Or even run double Druid, to be honest, right? You could go for the double Druid option as well, which I think could also be pretty interesting. I think it's the 200 bits, by the way, Changademoto. That's very kind of you. When is tea time? Tea time is in about an hour from now. Jury groups of comms that have no experience. I mean, yeah, like, this is kind of the thing, right? And also, okay, I'm going to tell you a hard truth here. XX Orca XXX. Good name, by the way. If you're serious, then play ball. Okay? You want to make your own group? You want to carve your own path? Then do double wall strat and play Heal Chrono and play Heal Scourge. Earn your respect. Climb the totem pole. Okay, this game and all online games are social. Wow. Did you know that? Yeah, they're social. And that means you're dealing with other people. And if you want to play with other people, you either have to compromise or you've got to offer them something that they're interested in, right? That you've got to go like, oh shit, I want to play with this guy. Right, yeah, that sounds fun. I want to get involved in this. This is going to help me achieve my goals. You know, this is going to be a really good, fun experience. Right now, you're a nobody, right? Like, what you're kind of going in there saying, like, well, I don't want to do it how you guys want to do it. Well, they say, hey, that's fair. We don't want, you know, what, then go make your own group, right? Like, this is the thing. If you want to do this, play ball. Like, social climbing and interacting with other players, kind of building your name, building your reputation. Yeah, that's really fucking important. You have to do it. Like, if you don't want to play the social game, that's fair. But don't expect to get anywhere, and don't expect other people to bend to your whims, yeah? If you're not interested in going for the social game. Yeah. And again, like I said, Plenix is literally doing this right now. He is doing what you're looking for. And yeah, obviously, like, he's... You know, he's a minority. You're absolutely right. Most people are going for that strategy. But, you know, he just made his own group, right? Why is TEATIME Day not Sunday as usual? TEATIME is probably moving to Saturday because of WoW raid schedules in the future. It would either be that or moving it earlier. I don't really want to do that. But, yeah. Is a ladder. Everything in games is a ladder. People complain about this, but, this is just a very basic part of social interaction. People complain about the social climbing and, like, PvP, and I imagine in World vs. World it's also prevalent as well. But the thing is, this is a dumb complaint. It's just... You can't expect people to just let you in immediately and like, start, like, imposing your will, right? That just doesn't make any sense. Like, why would anyone do that, right? Because, flip it, right? Like, why would you do that? Like, you would obviously never let people, like, enter your space and tell you how to organize things. Like, obviously not, right? Makes no sense. Yes. But yeah, there you go! That is the situation. Go and meet people. Make friends. Ah! I'm purging. Look at all my shattered ages go. We love to see it. Oh boy. That's a slightly painful immobilize. If one day I had to write a book, what would be the topic? That's a really good question. How would I then avoid the initial awkwardness of first-time meets? You don't. You don't avoid it. You don't. It's going to be a bit awkward. Might be. Might not be. It isn't always. Can be, though. Definitely can be. But, doesn't have to be. Like, for example, you know, like, here's one that maybe, some people might view that could be awkward. Like, I chatted with Max, right, about HTCM, and I talked with Max from World of Warcraft, right, about Dragonflight raids. And I very recently, look, I was on a podcast with Max, Dorky, and Growl, and Dratnos. Not Dorky, sorry. Yeah, Growl and Dratnos. And I'd never met these guys before. It wasn't awkward in the slightest. It was a perfectly wholesome social interaction. It was a lot of fun. Meeting some new gamers, some new people, right? Very cool. I don't know. Like, and sometimes it is a little bit awkward. Sometimes it's a bit awkward. Sometimes it's a little bit less awkward. I don't know. Like, it is what it is. Like, that's welcome to talking to people, right? That's how it is. Any link? I wasn't on Poddy C. It was we rated all the WoW Dragonflight bosses. But it was like a podcast style thing where we were just chatting for a couple of hours about like all the bosses in WoW Dragonflight. Oh, this is not where we want to be. Oh! I've been cut off from the flock, guys. It's over. We have been isolated from the herd. Where did I find it? It's on Max's YouTube channel. I was gonna upload it myself, but I think it's too late now. Unlucky. The times have changed. I don't care enough to change them. I mean, they're pretty good. I don't hate them, to be honest. Do you get rewards for healing in Wolverine instead of doing DPS? Yeah, you do. Yeah. Max is YouTube going to appreciate me. I mean, yeah, of course they do. They know what's going on. They know what's up. Ranger DPS in World vs. World, or is it still in the same spot? Well, I mean, like, I imagine it's pretty decent, right? Like, you've got maces and hammer now. There's got to be something you can cook with that. What's going on? We're just basically fighting over and over again for the content. That's what's going on. We're grinding world XP. That's what we're doing. I'm grinding 1,300 world ranks. Then I'm rank 10k. I will be doing Guild Wars 2 expansion tier list soon, by the way, guys. Get hyped for that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. They wanted a newer player to really mix it up, but your opinions weren't that far off from them. Yeah, I mean, I think they don't... I guess they were expecting they need to be like a little bit less tryhard. But, I mean, I don't know. It's time to get good. Will you include Icebrood Saga as an expansion? That's a really good point. I have to think about that. Probably not. That probably gets kind of bundled in with Path of Fire, I think. Yeah. Dogmest here. I mean, I would... You know what? I would try to actually be objective. I would rate Path of Fire very highly, I think. Was it a good expansion for me? Definitely not. But I think you actually have to be fair to Path of Fire. I think Path of Fire Elite specs are fun to play. I think that the story was high quality and very cinematic in Path of Fire. It did introduce some of the best raid wings too, with Wing 5, 6, and 7, which is also solid as well. The open world was pretty mediocre, I will certainly say that, but... you know, mounts are pretty cool. They're definitely not something that I particularly like in the game, but they're a well-implemented feature. I don't think I wouldn't be super harsh to Path of Fire. Yeah. I wouldn't be that harsh. Era tier list makes more sense than X-Pack. Well, I could do both, actually. We could do both, right? To kind of give some context on it. Do you, oh yeah, wait. Oh, what's going on here? Do you read YouTube live stream message? Oh yeah, I do, yeah, I try to keep up with both, yeah, that's right. SoTo's really good expansion for new players. I think you underrate it. I don't think so, actually. I mean... Okay. And you can also read this on my secret Google Drive if you are a Patreon enjoyer. But... am I wrong here? I was thinking, what would I recommend a new player to start with? What's the first purchase? If you're looking to buy Guild Wars 2, what do you buy? And I came to the conclusion that it is absolutely HOT and Path of Fire, hands down, no questions asked. There's no other way you would do it. Okay? HOT and Path of Fire is absolutely the best place to start for a Guild Wars 2 player. Not even close. It's not SoTo. It's not EOD. And it's not going to be Janthir Wilds either. It's going to be those two expansions. Without a shadow of a doubt. So, is it a good expansion for new players? I don't necessarily disagree with that. It's not like a bad experience for a new player. I think it's weird that you don't have elite specs. That's scuffed as hell, in my opinion. I think they should really consider making the HOT elite specs base, maybe? Make that actually free, so you can always play a Reaper, you can always play a Tempest, you can always play a Herald. Well, and Rev in general, I guess, right? Like, I think that would be a good change for the game, and would make, like, the new player experience less weird in later expansions, I think. But, yeah, like, HOT and Path of Fire is fucking sick. Yeah, and you get mounts as well. You get gliding, which is actually a pretty cool feature for open world. Obviously, you get the raids attached to that as well. Like, in terms of content and systems, like, those two expansions are just insane, right? Like, for that, like, 100%, like, you get those two. And the amount of content is great, too, right? Like, you know, you don't get the living world, but you could always, like, grind it out with gold and stuff like that. Or just buy it separately, right? SoTo gives you sky scale and gliding. Yeah, but, You don't get the gliding masteries, do you? Which are pretty fucking relevant. Let's not, let's be honest here. That's kind of important to have those masteries. I feel like. I don't know. Pomp. Ooh, they're actually fucking lagging. Jesus. Bit of skill lag. What's going on? Too many people playing this game. I thought this game was dead, bro. Thought this was a dead game. What's up with that? Yeah. Nice. Yeah. But yeah, and like you also get a lot of mounts as well. Like the Skyscale is like not super fun, let's be honest. Like, Griffin is incredibly based. But I don't know. Holy shit, Plenix is killing Sarah CM, it's time. Well, they have one guy dead. Oh. Wait, this is a weird overlap. What's going on over here? Wait, are they... Oh, yeah, they shouldn't... Yeah, they're too slow. They shouldn't see that overlap. Yeah, no. I was like, what the fuck? What's going on here? No, yeah, this shouldn't happen. Yeah, they're nearly enraged. That shouldn't happen. Yeah. You open the store and see the $100 bundle. And uninstall. I actually agree that can be a little bit intimidating. It's kind of a like the way WoW solved this is that you always just buy the latest expansion, basically. You don't buy the older. Yo, this guy's a fucking owl. Yo, look at that. The way they solved that, but it doesn't really work with Guild Wars 2 because there's no sub fee, right? So that does add some complexity to it. Obviously, like it makes things a little bit more complex than usual. Yeah. But I mean, that is what it is. I think like the bundles are very fair, to be honest. Like even if you buy the Elder Dragon Saga, I believe the full Elder Dragon Saga, right, is $60, right? So I think that's that sort of range. That's like a full price game for $60. Like 3 expansions for that. I mean, like I don't know. That's more than fair. Ah, fuck. Well, that wasn't good. It's over. I am defeated. Yeah, that was bad. I'm not gonna lie. I was a little wasn't really paying attention there. That wasn't good. I was too busy talking to the chat, and I paid the price, and the price was death. You hate to see it. I think Guild Wars should have a sub fee. I mean, it's probably not a good idea now. I mean, I definitely prefer the sub fee model. It's my personal preference. But I don't think any game like should or shouldn't have a sub fee. All Guild Wars 2 content is relevant. Yeah, this is half true. Realistically, newer content... Playing newer content is not the same as playing older content. Let's be honest here. There is a pretty big difference. Like, especially when you're kind of interacting with stuff like power creep. It really is a different experience. Like, and... Yeah... But it definitely is a strength of the game, yeah. Like, you can go back and play all of it, and it still exists. But it's certainly true that, like, older Guild Wars 2 content is less relevant. It definitely is less relevant than, like, the more modern content. That's absolutely true. But it is still, like, semi-relevant for sure, yeah. It forces you to play all the Elder Dragon series in order. Well, I mean, it kind of doesn't, though. Like, can't you just... You can start any expansion you want. I don't think you have to play it linearly. Complete collection, HTPOF, EOD, and All Living World is $100. That's, that's value. I mean, that's insane value, right? Like, that's, like, a really good one. But I think the issue there that you run into, right, is, like, if you're gonna... Like, taking the plunge is... It's a bit of a big one, right? $100 on a game that you haven't played before is, I think there are reasons where you would want to go for that and, like, go all in. Like, maybe that you've got friends playing the game. Like, you've seen trailers, you've seen reviews, you're fucking hyped as hell, right? Then, yeah, sure, I can definitely see, like, yeah, drop 100 on it. There's nothing, that's fine, I think. But that's a pretty high entry price for a player who has never played the game before and maybe doesn't know that much about the game. I think that's where, like, HOT and Path of Fire is for that one, but I don't know. Core X-Pack shouldn't cost more than $60 $60? Well, I mean, it kind of doesn't, right? You get the first 3 for 50. They phone me with the bundle because it give you a temporary money until the okay, you know what? Let me. Oh, dude. You know what I hate, guys? I hate it when people make me simp for corporations. I hate it so much. So you're telling me that a company offering you a discount for like buying the game all in one is actually bad and evil? Oh god, honestly, fucking, I hope these guys kill me, holy shit. Why are you guys putting break? Okay. Yeah, sure. They obviously want you to spend money on their product. But I feel like criticizing them for offering you a really sick deal is not... I don't think we should criticize them for that. Okay? That one's not a big deal for me. For the same price, you can have a much better experience in WoW, though. I mean, maybe. Like, if you prefer that game, then yeah, you probably can. But I mean, you know, it's different strokes for different folks, guys. It's very much entirely up to the individual, I think. It's time, as above, so below. That's not on the same rate. Yeah, I mean, yeah, WoW, you're going to be spending money monthly on it 100%, right? That's the sub fee, right? And, you know, some people are into that, some people aren't. Beginning about WoW sub costs, I don't view that as relevant in any way. I'm not... I don't really care how much a product costs. I only care how good the service is and how good the experience is. Like, if your only justification for my product is better than the other product is that it's cheaper, to me, that is an admission that your product is inferior. That's the way that I interpret that. Like, if someone was trying to sell me on a product and they led with, oh yeah, it's cheap, I would go, oh, so your product is probably bad, right? I really think that the whole, oh yeah, Guild Wars 2 is a cheap game, I think this is actually a very backhanded compliment to give the game. I would much rather celebrate the strengths of the game, like the fact that it has fun content, multiple game modes that are actually really cool, right? And like all the, you know, the horizontal progression element I think is really exciting about the game. Like, I'd want to talk about actual strengths of the game, not just it doesn't cost as much as WoW. Because in my opinion, if you say, oh yeah, a big strength is it doesn't cost as much as WoW, you're tacitly admitting that the game is inferior to WoW, right? Like that's how like I would read that, or how I would like interpret that information. Which I don't think is true, by the way. Like, I don't think that's an accurate statement. I think you're giving people the wrong idea, like when we kind of go down this road. But yeah, that's kind of my opinion on that type of discussion. Yeah, exactly. Nake is correct here. The cost is the icing on the cake. It is not the cake. Yeah? And this is kind of how I feel about SoTo, actually, in general, is that SoTo is icing, but no cake. And it's why I don't like it when people try and sell the icing of Guild Wars 2 when they should be selling the cake. And in my opinion, the price is the icing, right? Like, it's not the cake itself. It's kind of one of the least relevant things about the game. WoW is free if you have the gold. That is true, yeah. You can even pay your own sub in WoW, like Guild Wars. Yeah, you could go that. And it's very easy to do, by the way, actually. Yeah. Again, the new 14 expansion, it's $40 plus a sub for a month of gameplay. Well, I mean, honestly, like, I think you're going to be pretty hard-pressed to not get your money's worth, right? Like, out of that. Well, I mean, I guess that's up to you, but, yeah. The word affordable instead of cheap makes any difference. I feel like affordable implies you get good value for your money, while cheap just literally means it doesn't cost a lot. I don't think it makes a huge difference because, again, why do people lead with that? Like, the thing is, the thing that I find weird about, like, talking about the price is that it says nothing about the actual quality of the product, right? Like, that to me is, that to me is the issue I have with that. To farm gold and not have fun. I mean, actually, no, like earning gold in that game, if you want to, is not hard. Especially through crafting and boosting, if you're into that sort of thing, actually. I think there's, like, some, like, crazy, like, weird farms you can do in, like, older content as well. If you're into that sort of thing. I'm not gonna lie, like, you know, I know a bunch of guys who basically, like, they do, like, a couple of boosts a month, and then that just pays for their sub, right? Like, I don't think it's very difficult whatsoever, actually, to pay for your sub in World of Warcraft if you want to. But yeah, of renting my game. I mean, I'm okay with it because it's a live service. It's a continuous thing. It just, you know, it keeps going, right? Like, they keep making the game, I'll keep paying for the game. And actually, it actually is exactly like this in WoW, by the way. Like, if you sub to WoW, like, you know, you just don't get the new stuff, right? You can keep playing, like, basically the old version of the game. It just, you know, the game will kind of move on without you. I know it's not for everyone, but, I mean, yeah, I don't have a problem with it for the same reason that I don't have a problem with renting my internet connection. It's over. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I rent my internet connection, I rent access to electricity, I rent access to TV, right, obviously, right, like telephone, water, everything. Like, to me, it just makes sense. Like, it's a continuous service, so you pay a continuous fee. I don't know. Let's go. Life is a sub fee. It is indeed. Grenth's Door, Palawadan, and Cormyr's Library. Dude, Cormyr's Library is dominating right now. How is Ettin's back doing? Let's see what's going on here. Yo, whoa, what is going on here? Yo! Dude, Ettin's back is fucking dominating, dude. We're 4.74 KD right now. Poor old Grekveln Burrows, 0.15 KD. Fortune's Veil, 0.46 KD. They're having a bit of a rough one. Ettin's back is just blasting, guys. We'd love to see that. Very nice. Very, very nice. Your overall KD is atrocious. Wait, let's have a look. Wait, Ettin's back. I mean, 2. I mean, that's not bad. 2-0. I mean, I don't hate it. Wait, check NA. How is NA doing? Wait, I mean, I can't. We have to fight. Hang on. I have to pay more attention as well. I've been feeding on these last fights, guys. That's unacceptable. We can't do that. This is a no-feed zone. Good Purging Flames. Completely miss everything. We love to see it. I will now leech all of the healing from this squad, and it feels good. Boom. It's actually getting intense. Holy shit. What the hell's going on? Oh. Can we get him? I think we're actually getting destroyed. It's over. It's actually over. We have been defeated. It's over. We are smushed. Unfortunate. People with any sort of job can't afford a sub. Yeah, I think this certainly can happen where your currency is unfavorable against the dollar. But I think that's where you can do stuff like, you know, region-adjusted pricing can help with that, I think, a little bit. Most people treat the game like you need infinite value per month, whereas most people don't order something off Amazon every single day. Yeah, it's weird. I think that I think people are actually very unfair towards like sub-fee games actually for this reason. I definitely agree with that. Yeah. You don't need infinite value to make a subscription justified, in my opinion. What would be the strengths of Guild Wars 2 that ArenaNet should advertise? What do you tell to a new player in playing a new MMO? Is it raids and just overall combat system? What exactly that it has that Guild Wars 2 that other MMOs lack? Well, it's not even about like things that other MMOs lack. It's not about like what these games lack. I would say it's these are good things about the game, right? Like, you know, the combat system is good. I really like that it's got world versus world. I think that's a really cool thing the game has. Like, the open world content in this game is pretty exciting as well. Like, it absolutely has stuff on offer. Like raids as well, if you're into that sort of thing. Like, PvP is a really good game mode. It's a bit dead, but not trying to advertise PvP anymore because of the state it's in, but, you know, it's something for sure. Like, yeah, sure, that kind of stuff. I think the gearing system and horizontal regression is also a really good selling point of the game, too. Pretty good. A couple of things. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I think the variety of the game is a really strong point. Like, it's a really strong point. Is like how many different things you can do. Certainly a strength of the game. Will we be able to connect this time? We are getting kills. It's a good start. It's a pretty big army, though, actually. The enemy team have mustered quite the fighting force here. I will breathe. Oh, I'm immobilized. That's unfortunate. You honestly hate to see that. Need some stability here. Ooh, that's not good. I have been immobilized. I actually didn't rally off that guy either. That's unfortunate. I got caught. I was caught, guys. Immobilize is powerful. Yes. I am a condition. I am a condition, guys. Can't deny the quality of sub-fee games and those without. Like, free gym versus membership gym. I mean, to be honest, I don't think that's actually to do with business model. If I'm being real here. It's everything to do with, like, the size of the product and, like, how much money they have. Like, if WoW didn't have a sub-fee, but it had the same player base, it wouldn't really matter. Right? Like, they'd still have oodles of money, right? And be able to do basically anything they wanted. In fact, they might even have more money. In general, like, microtransactions are kind of more lucrative, right? Like, than going for a sub fee in terms of, like extracting cost per consumer. And that's why so many games go free to play. It just makes more money than, like, the sub fee model, right? Like, it is what it is. It's not really that relevant. It's just, like, how many people you got is, like, the biggest thing. Got to bear in mind, guys, World of Warcraft's got 7.5 million subs. Right, like, that is a lot of people. Holy shit, right? You can crunch the numbers on this, but, like, I bet the amount WoW makes in sub-fee alone is probably comparable to, like, a full year of Guild Wars 2. Like, these guys have got some serious cash, right? Like, WoW bankrolls all of Blizzard, pretty much. So, it's kind of irrelevant. It's kind of irrelevant, to be honest. One WoW map made more money than SE2 Wings of Liberty. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not entirely sure I actually believe that. If I'm being real. But yeah. Guild Wars 2 has literally 160 trillion players. I think I better go get ready for tea time, actually. By 1 year of EA's FIFA card. Oh, of course, yeah. Like, people love this stuff. Like, you know, if you compared, like, the amount that WoW makes to something like Candy Crush, I think Candy Crush, it was, like, one of the most profitable games ever, right? And that was entirely, that was entirely like a, microtransaction game, right? Mobile microtransaction game. Manage multiple versions in a healthy manner. To be honest, I think Blizzard is bursting at the seams right now. I think they've taken on too much. Like, WoW is releasing so much content right now, it is insane. They're doing Mop Remix, they've done Plunderstorm, they did a Cataclysm Classic, SOD is also going, and Retail. They are maintaining 5 versions of their game. To be frank, it's not a surprise to me that things are kind of struggling a little bit. They are doing too much right now. The amount of content that game releases is insane. Like, it's very, as a Guild Wars 2 player, it might be weird for you to think that it's possible for a game to release too much content. Retail WoW is kind of releasing too much content right now. It is actually too much, I think, to realistically keep up with. Yes. But that's how it goes. Yeah. Because they have too many versions. I mean, it's a fiesta, that's for sure. It's a situation. Yeah. Yes. There's too much stuff. I'm not sure I'll play SOD phase. There's too much stuff. Excited all for phase 4. I know. To be honest, I'm probably one of the players who doesn't feel quite strongly about this. I actually quite like SOD, even though it is a little bit busted and a bit scuffed. I really don't hate it at all, actually. But yeah. But yeah, I don't really hate it. I enjoyed SOD. I enjoyed all the phases so far, actually. I'm not sure if I even have enough time to play phase 4, but I definitely would, yeah. At least the leveling part. Fastload. I do not use fastload.dll. Yes. Let's go. Ah, yes, I have loads of venom sacks. I have loads of venom sacks, guys, from my AFK farm operation. Oh, yes. I have a crazy 50 account AFK farm operation, chat. Enjoy that. Have some fun with that knowledge. Wait, no, I didn't want to... These don't go here, actually. This is not where I wanted to store that. 5 billion AFK farm characters. Final boss, Zojja. Guys, if they actually made Zojjagar into real lore, how do you think people would react to that? If like Zojjagar became actual confirmed real lore? What are we thinking? It's too late. I'd only feel good about it if Mabon was the father. Interesting. Reddit might take you seriously? I mean, that's content then. Love to see it. Yeah, I'm just going to say it, guys. World restructuring doesn't feel that different. Basically the same, if you ask me. Let's go. Did you get more Warboss Sword XP and loot if you're a healer? I mean, I think it is one of the best ways to tag stuff, yeah. It's very efficient. Rule 34 of eggs? What the fuck are you talking about, Jester? It's a bit weird, bro. I don't know why you're being so weird about this stuff. Right, I wanted to put some materials on this character. Jester actually wants to tank in the war within, because there's a boss that injects the tanks with egg sacs, and he wants in on that. From his queen. Bit weird, but look, if you're into that, you're into that. There's no shame here. Right. Just gonna get some stacks of this stuff. I'm trying to organize my materials, basically. A little bit better. With a lot of bones. I don't know why I have so many of some tier 6, but basically none of other types. It's a bit strange. Oh, I guess we're kind of making the balance a little bit better. I don't know why I haven't extended it this way. Not really sure what's going on there. Load all these materials, guys. You love to see it. Nice. About building a reputation by playing meta class as well. I'll probably quit the game before playing a version I don't want to. I understand this unrealistic for the game. I wouldn't ask them to release more dungeons, but professions are the core of the game. And having half the core of the game, having no meta build, is embarrassing for ArenaNet. Thing is, you're under a misapprehension here. XXX, Orca XXX. Druid is meta. I actually think that the Druid strategy is actually slightly superior to the current meta strategy right now. All of Ranger's elite specs are insanely good right now. Druid has both Heal Druid and Condi Druid. Soul Beast has Power Soul Beast, and yeah, Condi Soul Beast is not so common, but it definitely exists. Power and Condi Untamed are good, and Power Quickness Untamed is also good as well. I think you can also play Condi Quickness. You are wrong here. Druid absolutely is meta, 1,000,000%. It's not the preferred strategy that people use on Serra CM. But I don't know what to tell you. I really don't want to tell you with this one. If you refuse to play with other people, then I honestly don't know what to tell you. Like, you're kind of out of luck. You're at a dead end here. Like, if you're saying I will not change my behavior to fit in with the social group, then you will not be playing with that social group. Yeah? You know what I mean? It's just not going to happen. Like, I don't know, maybe play DPS instead, or play DPS Druid, like Condi Druid maybe, like Condition Damage Druid. That's perfectly viable on Serra CM, or go for Untamed if that's your jam as well. Like, there are options for you here, but again, why would they play with you, right? Because I actually want to point out that your mentality here is not a team-oriented mentality, right? Why, and seriously, I want you to reply. Why would I ever take you on my team when I've got other people who are willing to adapt, who are willing to do new things, and are willing to adapt to the strategy that we're doing? Seriously, like, why the actual fuck would I have you in my group? Yeah? Like, the way, I want to be really clear. The way you're talking right now means that people don't want to play with you. Yeah? Because you're saying, I'm not a team player. I'm not going to adapt. I'm not going to change. I'm not going to learn. Yeah? So, tough luck, right? You're saying, I don't want to play with you, and they're saying, okay. Right? Like, they're giving you what you want. Yeah, I don't know. That's how it is. Unfortunately. And yeah, if you want to have that experience kind of being in that community and being in groups where people are going to want to play strategies that you might want to go to, then yeah, play Heal Chrono, play Scourge, get that reputation, build those social connections, build those social bonds, and then you'll be able to, you know, do what you want. Like, yeah, you're going to have to compromise here a little bit. If you don't compromise, you will not get what you want. I will guarantee you will not get what you want. But, I mean, that's kind of the situation. Yeah. Well, hang on, guys. I hope I didn't come across as harsh there. Yeah. But this is a really key thing to understand, right? if you're not a team player, then people don't want you on the team. It is what it is. Yeah. That's how it goes. Team game. And, by the way, I want to show you that I'm not bullshitting you. Let me quickly find some stuff. I was looking at this guy's YouTube channel, because this guy's got some interesting stuff. You can get what you want. This is Chris, who is big Elementalist player. Look at him playing all of these non-meta builds. On hard content. Look at these fuckers. They're playing fucking Core Guard and Core Mesmer. They're doing some real goofy shit. Why? Because they know each other. They trust each other. They're part of the community. They have respect, right? They have that reputation built up. And let's do the thing. Let's take a look. Here it is, guys. Here we go. What are we doing here? We are playing fucking Condi Tempest, which is actually a good build, by the way, but certainly a little bit out there when it comes to the meta, when it comes to Ceres. And here we have Chris playing Condi Tempest. Again, people know him. People respect it. Wait, are we going fucking... is he killing? Oh, no. Okay. No, the respect is built up, and here you go. You can get what you want. In this regard. This is how you do it. This is how you gotta do it. Right, and again, we can see a variety of clips here. Condi Weaver as well being played here. And this is with, you know, this strategy is being used here. Right, we've got this Weaver in the mix. So we've got Heralds. We've got double Heal Scourge, actually, in this particular setup, which is not conventional. Like, they're using Virtuosos for portals here. So this, by the way, I want to be super clear here, by the way. This could be a druid. This could literally be you. Yeah? This could be you. Because this group isn't doing the normal strategy. They're doing a different setup to make this work, yes? Again, here's another player. This guy's doing Condialac Tempest, which, again, this could be you. With this stuff. Show the logs. It performs well. Like, it's not like maybe like the best build in the universe. But wait, where's the log here, actually? There's no, I guess there's no log on this one, but I think there was a log on one of the Catalyst ones, I think, or one of the Tempest ones. Oh yeah, this Catalyst one has a log, I think. Yeah, here's the log for this one for a power Catalyst. Kill. Like, here's this player, right? Like, again, is it the best build in the universe? I mean, I'm sure, you know, maybe not optimal, but it is what it is. Like, they're doing it, right? Like, here's a Renegade 2. That's, again, an off-meta setup there, compared to the double Virtuosos being played. Actually outperforming, even. Wait, what the fuck's going on? Yo, SNEB, what's going on, bro?
I'm ready. Are we going into the TEATIME
Yeah, we're going
Discord,
TEATIME Discord. Bloom's getting in. I have to take a slight break, obviously. It's going to be good stuff. But yeah, TEATIME begins very soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Want me to just go wait in there,
okay.
or what?
SNEB, okay, right. Look, I'm starting to feel a little bit bad now. So, okay. Someone came in the chat and said they don't like the fact that everyone wants to play like Chrono Heal Scourge on Serra CM. They then went on to say that they would sooner quit the game than swap to another class to complete the content.
To quit the game.
Yeah.
What do you want me to say?
Well, the thing is, I said that if you want to, like, this was my reply. Dark SNEB. I said that if you want to kind of play different builds, you kind of need to get to know people, right? Like, you need to get involved in the community so people trust you, people know you, people, you know, respect you, right? And then you can do, you know, like, you saw the stuff like the Core Guard runs people do with HDCM, all this kind of wacky stuff people are doing. You know, if you want to play off meta, that's absolutely fine, but you've got to kind of earn it in a way, right? You got to earn your stripes before you're going to be able to do that.
I've got a really good example of this, actually. There's a warrior in my group right now. This guy is absolute Giga Chad embodiment of sin, right? Yep. And normally I see warrior and I think, wow, this person is gonna do like negative DPS for the squad. But I see this guy and I go, yeah, this guy's gonna be the top DPS in the squad.
Yeah.
Right. But when it comes to doing different strategies, we actually had this conversation the other day in my chat as well, I think, or maybe you and I were talking about it, I can't remember. But we were just talking about how, you know, people are like, oh, there's only 1 or 2 strategies to do this. There's no build diversity. And it's like, well, that's not true. It's just that nobody wants to come up with a new strategy, because why would you? The ones currently in existence work and are proven to work. And if everybody kind of does the same pug strategy, then it's really easy to kind of Lego piece people into a team if somebody's missing or whatever. But the challenge is, if you don't want to do that, then you have to put in all of the work to set up a new team, to organize those expectations, and to develop the new strategy. And most people are not willing to do that. And that's okay, but you can't kind of live in these 2 worlds at the same time. You can't go around and say, oh, I want to play this specific way and no one else wants me to. And not be willing to do the work. Like if you want to play that way, like, people will join you. It's just going to take some time and some effort. And if you're not willing to put that effort in, that's totally okay. But that means you have to sort of subscribe to the dominant strategy that exists.
Yeah, let's hop on over to tea time. By the way, let's get in the mix. I'll take a quick break and we'll get going on that. You made it perfectly clear you want to play with people getting better. Seriously, I'm so restricting. There's a little thing is thing is Orca. No, this isn't true. It's not. Again, in fact, like, the community is small, and that means that people are going to have their way of doing things. Look, I am going to be clear. I think Druid is better than the current strategy. And let me explain why the unit strat is the way it is. It minimizes the amount of moving parts, right? It basically roll compresses very hard onto the Chronomancer with the portals. If you don't have the chrono for the portals, it decompresses the roll and shares it out onto the virtuosos, which increases the complexity. That is the trade-off they're making here. Druid is actually better when it comes to when it comes to, in my opinion. Narsen was talking about how he has a double Druid progression group, actually. And yeah, I think that actually is a really fucking good idea, not only for the immobilize, but also for just the healing power. And bear in mind, basically every single like early progression group used Druid, by the way. Like Snowcrows did it, Hardstuck did it, and the NA team was also I think the NA team actually did already innovate the Chrono stuff because they were doing Soul Beasts. But yeah, and I don't know. Half the Rangers have no meta build. I'm probably whether Ranger is great for most content, but for Druid, not for the Pika content. That is not true. I'd say that Soul Beast is absolutely a bona fide meta build in a couple of different locations, especially where, like, Power Burst Window is really fucking good, for sure. It is absolutely a top tier build in a lot of situations. Like, that's just inaccurate. So, like, Druid and Soul Beast are both, like, in my opinion, pretty top tier when it comes to, like, builds currently. You can't just join a group without them having to adapt to you, play with them. Actually, you can, by the way, XX Orca XX, in a competent Temple of Feber static. Again, in this community, once you've established yourself, yes, you can do this. Again, evidence. The evidence is, well, again, you can find a lot of evidence and stuff like this, but I'll just go back to Chris's YouTube channel. That's literally what he's doing here. And this is with Elementalist, which is arguably even further off meta than some of the Ranger builds. Druid isn't off meta, but this is arguably further off meta, I would say, than some of the stuff that you're talking about, actually. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's literally right here. Like, it's right here. I very much doubt this is a static group. This is almost certainly a semi-pug from either the Void Lounge or from the Templars of Feber Discord. That's literally what's going on here. He is joined on Catalyst, and they're playing around it as a power DPS player. Yeah, no, that's wrong. You can do this, but you need, you know, people need to trust you, right? Like, you have to show people that you have value. You're going to have to demonstrate that you've got real value that you can deliver in these groups. Chris has done that. A bunch of people who play off-meta have done that. You need to do that as well, yeah? Yeah. He only plays early? Yeah, fucking based. Like, it is what it is. Yeah. Yeah. But the thing is, okay, look, to kind of put a pin in this, yeah, you can't join a group because you haven't put in the work to be able to join a group yet. That's the thing. You haven't done it. You got to put the work in first, to do this. Like, you can't expect people to want to just play with you. You have to demonstrate some kind of value. This content is fucking hard. It's not easy, right? Like, people are going to be selective with who they play, and it's huge alarm bells ringing. It sets massive alarm bells ringing when you aren't willing to adapt, when you aren't willing to change. That's a huge red flag for basically anyone who's organizing a group or kind of running a team, yeah? So it really is what it is, in my opinion. Like, I honestly don't know what to tell you. Your actions and your behavior will not get you what you want. If you want to get what you want, you can 1,000,000% get that, by the way. If I Google, if I'm going to Google and YouTube, like, Druid, I mean, and look, I'll do it right now. Here we go. I'll go over to Grimjack's YouTube, and then we're going to take a look, at his run. Oh, wait, oh shit, it's Druid. Yeah, okay, they're running Druid, aren't they? Then I'll go to Plenix's stream, and oh, yep, it's Druid. It's Druid again is being used here, right here, you know, in this training run. Like, yeah, I don't know, like, you're wrong. Yeah, like, as a complete newbie to the scene, is it going to be harder to get into a group? Yes. Is it possible? Yeah, it definitely is. But yeah, you're going to find less groups, less progression groups who want to do that, because people want to do strategies that work. Right? People want to do and use builds that are proven to get the job done. And the unit strategy is actually really good, by the way. The unit strat, look, there's a reason why people use the unit strat, by the way. People use the unit strat because it's fucking good. It's very pug-friendly. It's very consistent as well. And it makes it way easier, right? I don't know. Like, it just does. Like, unit, they've got their fucking big brains. They cook this strat up. It's a fucking good strat. I don't have to tell you, right? There's a reason why people go for it. It's because it fucking works, right? And, of course, you can do some slight variation on this strategy, and you can make it work with other things. Again, we kind of see this with the Druid, as opposed to the Heal Scourge here. And what we're doing is we're putting the Scourge portal onto a DPS Scourge. That's another variant you can do. You can 100% do that as well. And you can see that with this team here. So that we actually have a heal chrono, which is going to be handling portals. We have a Scourge portal for a Scourge DPS Scourge for the Scourge portal. Then we have some Virtuosos, of course, even a Deadeye and a Daredevil. That's cool, right? And then we have this Druid. Again, like, but why are they able to do this? It's because these players have put the work in. These players have put themselves out there. They've shown that they have what it takes to deliver value, with a different strategy. Like, they're going to be able to succeed with a different strategy. I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is a big, like, bedrock moment, I think, in terms of, like, philosophy and how we approach the game. You know what I mean? Yeah, honestly, Left is such a good example of this, by the way, guys, because when I see Thief players, I immediately think, oh, yeah, this player is going to be fucking useless, right? But Left, you know, you see Left do some fucking crazy shit all the time, okay? Like, when you see Left in raid tournaments on his Daredevil, you know something's about to go down, you know? He's in there, he's doing, like, dungeon tour, like, fucking 2-minute dungeon runs, you guys know what I'm saying? Let's go big. Yeah. I was running Condi Solby, it's just worse, Condivert. Here the point on Druid, but after watching month, TOCM, I haven't seen a single posting for a Druid. Maybe I just missed it. Well, of course there won't be, because people are adapting, right? People reroll. This content is hard enough that people reroll. Nobody's looking for a Druid. If you want to set up a group that involves Druid, you can find that. But yeah, no. People are, you're looking at this wrong. Like, the thing is, people are adapting. You aren't, right? You can't expect people to, like, not adapt with you. Like, this content is hard, right? It's not easy. Ceres is like a 20-hour, like, progression, for sure, right? Yeah. And that is going to make people, you know, adapt. Like, this is the content that people re-roll for. This content makes you re-roll, or it incentivizes re-rolling, right? Because it's hard, right? Like, it's difficult. People are always going to gravitate to the best strategy, right? Because they want to win, they want to get it done, they want to provide their value to the team, right? And yes, people want Condy, people want heal Mesmer, people want Virtuoso, because that shit works, right? It really does. In my opinion, right? And yeah, Condy Virtuoso is actually overpowered. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong there. But I mean, hey, like, it seems like you're... Again, I'm kind of struggling here. I'm struggling here a little bit, because you said that you're in a group on... you're on a group on... Condy Soul Beast. So what's the problem here? Like... People reroll. I was getting to make sure that people don't have to reroll. No, that's impossible. No, you're wrong, Orca. Okay, right. This is where you've got lost. That will never happen. There will always be a best strategy. There will always be an optimal tactic. And when content is this hard, right? People will always reroll. People will reroll for 5% extra damage. People will reroll for fucking 3% extra damage. Okay? Like, you will never prevent this from happening. Ever, ever, ever. Yeah. That will never happen. Because that requires people to not care about optimizing, and that's never going to happen. People will always pick the best strategy most of the time and try to increase their odds of winning and improving their outcomes, right? That will always happen. The reason why people go for the unit strat, it's not even because there's this massive gap between Druid and Heal Chrono, or even Virtuoso and other DPS. There are other great DPS options, right? Like Deadeye, for example, is really nice. Like on this class. So you look at Jaden's DPS, right? It's fucking sick. Compared to the Virtuosos even, it's really strong. You can play other quickness. You could play quickness untamed. It will be fine compared to a Herald, right? Like, you can 100% do that. And it will not really be like a super significant change if we're being real here. Like, overall. But people are always going to pick the best option, right? Because it just is what it is. And yeah, is it always like the same people pop up? Yeah. You know which one keeps popping up, guys? Yeah. Druid. Druid is like one of the most dominant builds in the history of the game. I'm literally trolling by not going into TEATIME Discord, by the way. This is actually fucked up. We need to get in there. Okay. We got to get in the mix. But anyway, I've seen Soul Beast, Reapers, Blade Swans, HSM you can re-roll. Safely. Yeah! Do you know why? Because that content is fucking power creep to fuck. It's piss, right? You certainly couldn't back in the day. Like, when that encounter was harder, when that encounter was, like, less power crept and, like, there were less good builds, yeah, it was pretty restrictive. 100%. Yeah, absolutely. People were like really hardline on what you were running because it was just simply much more challenging. In this regard. And this will happen over time with Ceres, by the way, as people get better and better at it and like power creep happens. That will also happen to Ceres too. And it already kind of has. Again, like I'm showing you people doing this, right? Like I'm showing you Daredevil, Catalyst, Weaver, Tempest, Deadeye, right? You know, you yourself were playing Soul Beast, right? There are people who have done this on all sorts. I've seen Willbenders do this stuff. I've seen Renegades do this. Like, yeah, people already do this, but people will always gravitate to the most optimal strategy. It's less relevant on HTCM because HTCM is simply much easier than Ceres is to complete, right? Like Ceres is just harder, right? Like HTCM is kind of piss, honestly, with how much power creep there's been, right? But I don't know. Yeah, Druid is pretty good. Yeah. It is time for tea time, though, guys. And that is true, actually. Heal Vindicator, guys. Heal Vindicator Gaming is also enabled. But yeah, look, I honestly, it's an interesting conversation. Maybe we should chat on stream sometime about this, Orca. But I am going to say this. You can get what you want, but you're going to have to either wait a little bit longer to build up respect, because less people are going to be looking for that. You're going to have to make your own group. You can 100% make a Druid group on the Feber Discord. I'd put a lot of money on it. You 100% can, actually. 1,000,000,000 billion trillion %. But also, yeah, you might have to compromise. You might have to put some work in. You might have to go outside your comfort zone if you want to kind of get involved in these communities. This is an online game. You have to play with other people. That is the situation. Yo, SNEB with the raid. I'm actually trolling. What's going on here? Yo, look, dude, holy shit. Look at this fucking wacky-ass, goofy-ass fucking comp. We've got Condi Mech, we've got DPS Scrap, we've got Bladestorm, we've got Willbender, we've got Vindicator, we've got Berserker. Boom. There it is. Yo, planks for the 10%. That's what I say. I'm going Berserk. Yeah. But anyway, I'm going to start trolling the boys and up on Discord. Yeah, look. Orca, this can be you. Look at this. It's right here. What you are... Look, I find this very frustrating because I'm showing you that what you want exists. I'm showing you that you can have it. And you're like, well, I don't want to go through the steps to get it. Well, I don't know what to tell you. You ain't going to get it then. Like this. Yeah. That's how it goes. But yeah, that's it for now. That's this conversation done. I'm logging in, guys. We're going tea time. Holy shit. Yo. Well, I'm actually not sure if you'll be audible on this stream thing, actually. You might be completely inaudible. Yo. What's going on, gamers?
Ooh,
we got Bloom. I'm here. I got derailed by the stream, but now we're in the mix. We got SNEB in the mix as well. He's ready to crank.
Nice.
Plenix is going world's first Ceres training. Love to see that. Very nice. Baz Extract.
Hello, I've returned. Sorry. What's up?
Nice, nice, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, whoever you're talking to. What was the problem exactly?
Wait, are you even audible? Wait, say something.
Hello.
Okay, yeah, you are audible. Good. Okay, yeah, nice. And the problem is that they... Oh, also, yo, let's get some SNEB slugging in the chat bar. That's a good emote. Get that shit going. Basically, the issue is that they didn't feel like they could, play Druid on Ceres. And I was explaining why that's not the case and how that, you know, people like using the meta strategies because they work and they're really good.
Well, Druid is like they could play heal Druid, isn't that what they mean? Like you could play heal Druid.
Yeah, they were saying that nobody's.
Yeah, you did on the kill.
Yeah, I know. That's one of the kind of funny things. But they were saying that basically the point was that nobody's looking for it in the the Feber Discord LFG.
Well, yeah,
right? Of course not. That's why you gotta post it, right? Like.
Yeah, so make your own group. Say, hey, I want to do triple green strategy. But here's the problem. The reality is that the reality is that there's just too few people doing it.
No,
so people are all going to do the other thing.
You don't have to do triple green. In fact, Druid is perfectly fine. We talked about this a little bit. Like you can do double wall easily with Druid. In fact, I think it's even arguably slightly better with Druid because Druid's healing is so strong. For sub 10%.
Yeah.
Like I think, oh man, this annoys me so much. People don't know why the unit strat is good. I actually feel bad for unit. If I was unit, I'd want to eat my own eyes because who don't get why it's good. It's good because it means that you've got like 8 dumbasses who don't do anything and 2 people who do every single mechanic. That means it's good for pugs. Yeah. It's good when you've got fills on progression, right? It just simplifies the entire thing. It reduces the amount of it reduces the amount of moving parts in the strat. It's not about being like, oh, this is the super hyper ultra giga optimal composition. It's the strat that makes it the easiest to do, but not just in terms of the actual difficulty of the fight, in terms of like the organization, the meta element is why the unit strat is the way it is, right? Like that is the true strength of the unit double wall strat, and people really miss that. Oh man.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, because theoretically, I guess you could just give, you just give feedback and portal to someone else, right? And then,
Well, yeah, you could just slap it on the verts, or put it, or do like a heal chrono druid setup or whatever. Like, there's a whole bunch of different things you can do, right? That will work. Anyway, guys, I'm swapping over to the tea time screen. We're gonna be taking a slight break here, and then we will initiate tea time. Well, I'm not stalling any longer. We've got Bloom in the mix. He's ready to go. SNEB is also juiced up. He's actually going to be slugging on tea time today, guys. He is going to be slugging today. He's going to be covering himself in Vaseline. It's going to be great. Right, hang on. Let me see if this will not crash OBS. Surely it won't. I'm bringing us in. We are now officially in my, the background for the Twitch chat is actually on hiatus. It's gone. I can't bring it back. And as a result, it will not be there, at least for the immediate future. But what will be here, it is tea time. And this is kind of round 2 of the Secrets of the Obscure roundup, Janthir Wilds hype setup. And I got some wonderful guests here as well. We've got Bloom in the mix. It's been a while. He's back, ready to share wisdom with us. We got SNEB also, because, you know, funnily enough, haven't really had a tea time with SNEB kind of going into it, like what we thought about SoTo, what we think about Janthir was, kind of the comparison.
Wait, we
like
did
what's
that like
going
2
on.
weeks ago.
Well, we didn't do that. That didn't happen. Okay, they didn't do that. We're doing it now. Okay,
It was literally 2 weeks ago.
We're doing it. We're doing it now, guys. We're also doing SNEB slug in the chat. Get some SNEB slugging in the chat. We got to get that happen. But anyway.
The thought of talking about SoTo has killed Teapot. He's already dead. He's already gone.
I picked the background of the stream as the tunnel, actually. So it's kind of the toxic gas, actually, just kind of emerging from the tunnel got me pretty much, right, as we're doing this. You know, I mean, one of the greatest patches in Guild Wars 2 history, of course, is the tunnel.
Oh, dear.
But anyway, let's actually start the show. And I kind of want to bring Bloom into this. I want to get Bloom's take. What were your thoughts on Secrets of the Obscure? Just kind of general overview, and how do you feel it compares, kind of feature-wise, feature set-wise, content-wise, to what we've kind of been seeing in the works, and of course, what's kind of on the Janthir Wilds manifesto, as it were.
Yeah. SoTo. Yeah, funnily enough, that's like kind of the time that I stopped making Guild Wars 2 videos on my channel for a bit, because I think so you spoke about the tunnel. I think the tunnel patch really broke me, and straight after that, I ended up like, you know, window shopping and browsing around for other MMOs, and I dove back into Final Fantasy, back into WoW, back into Destiny, into all of those. But then SoTo came out, and I was actually quite skeptical of SoTo, knowing that it was going to be this smaller expansion. And then I did kind of like a full review on the Skill Up channel, and I was quite vocal about the fact that I did not mind SoTo, at least at launch. I thought it was actually pretty all right. And considering it was like half the content of EOD, I still really enjoyed it. I think the story setup was genuinely quite captivating. I really loved the demons and the idea of like demon politics and these different houses. That was so interesting to me, and the fact that the expansion left on the cliffhanger of going into Nyos, I was really excited to see where it was going to go, because I thought Nyos was going to be super weird and wacky and really political, to be honest. I was quite excited for that. And then there were other things that SoTo brought that I was very happy with. Stuff like the Wizard's Vault, I thought was really excellent. And that's still something, like the fact that that is a baseline, you know, addition to the game that's made goal setting way easier than ever before. And like I can log in and know exactly what to do during the week, you know, what my plans are. The rewards in that are fantastic as well. So I like, on basis, I really did like SoTo. It was definitely a little weak in the overall features department, you know. But to me, I've always felt like ArenaNet with expansions have been really pushing the envelope with every expansion, and at some point it's got to slow down. Like, I think Final Fantasy and WoW have got to this comfortable spot where I think people are just happy with more content, and new features are great, but to me it seems more like window dressing at this point. People are excited just for more of the same, which is great. And we've never really reached that point with Guild Wars 2. The expansions have always been super, super features heavy. And at this point, I don't think that is what Guild Wars 2's problem is. I think we've got a lot of cool features. They're really well fleshed out. And the problem now is content. So in that regard, when we move over to Nyos, I wasn't a fan of these patches, really, to be honest. They were still way too short. They seem to really follow on the tunnel's footsteps. Literally like an hour to finish the story, which kind of sucks. And I think you said it. You've said it multiple times, Teapot, that like SoTo is the first time that maybe lore enthusiasts or like story enthusiasts haven't really been well serviced. And I think that's really true because I would call myself a semi-casual player. I would be keen to jump in with every Living World season and play the new story. The fact that they're so short now, like 1 hour, it's just like done within, like I wake up in the morning, by the time I finish my coffee, I've finished the story, and then there's nothing for like 3 months. That sucks. It's just, yeah. And the map of Nyos wasn't as interesting as I thought it would be. Kind of just reminded me of like every other open world zone. It reminded me a lot of like maybe like a Heart of Thorns. Not even that quality. It just felt like a whole lot of nothing, a lot of plateaus with nothing in between. The meta, all three metas are a little bit jank and not fantastic. So, yeah, I was not super happy with Nyos, to be honest with you. And it was kind of a shame. But then they announced Janthir Wilds, and that seems to really pick up, really play to ArenaNet's strengths. It's back on being very, very features heavy, and it's back to telling kind of more intimate stories about Tyria, the more like racial stories, which I think ArenaNet has always done really well. I think the races of Tyria are really well fleshed out and have really interesting characteristics. They've got some really interesting politics going on, and I'm glad they're going kind of back to that with this new like Kodan race and being set in the wilds and being set in like mainland Tyria. That's cool. And all the features they've announced look fantastic. I was genuinely quite shocked to see raids coming back. The spear stuff, which I'm sure we'll talk about, they all look fantastic. They look, honestly, I don't know if it's a hot take, but I think they're probably the best. And it's quite early to tell, but I think they're the best designed weapons in Guild Wars 2. They look fantastic. Like, really love the internal mechanics stuff going on. And then we got housing as well, which is looks fantastic. I'm glad that that's coming. I hope they kind of innovate in the ways that they've done in the past with MMO features, So, yeah, I don't know. I'm really keen for Janthir Wilds. Like, that is an expansion. I didn't take any time off during SoTo to play that, but I will be taking time off to play Janthir Wilds. I'm genuinely quite keen. It looks really awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of been like I don't know what you'd call that, just been like a massive trough with not SoTo again. Basically, TLDR, I really loved SoTo at launch, and then the Nyos patches dropped, and I was like, kind of in a slump, playing other games, and then Janthir Wilds has kind of really brought me back. I'm quite hopeful for Janthir Wilds. I hope that they take what they've learned from SoTo and the follow-up patches and apply that to this one. I think there were bound to be growing pains with SoTo with this new cadence. And yeah, we'll see how it goes with the Janthir Wilds, I guess.
What do you hope they've learned from Secrets of the Obscure? What do you think when you look at SoTo? Like, where do you think things started to go off the rails? Like, what are some key lessons? Because I imagine did you read the retrospective that was put out recently? I've been very closely following everything. Yeah, what do you make of that actually? Like, what were some things that you felt were missing from that post that were notably missing, or do you think it mostly covered everything? Like, what were your thoughts on the lessons to be learned? Yeah, that is a good question. I think first of all, in the story department, SoTo went way off the rails. We had so many characters introduced in SoTo, and then as soon as the Nyos patches dropped, we just dropped all of them to learn about these new demon companions, and that sucked. That really blew the wind out of my sails. That was so surprising to me because it seemed like they put so much time and effort into building up these new wizard characters, and I was kind of into them, and then just for them to drop them and start over again with such short patches, it didn't work out, and made it really hard to get invested into anyone, get invested into the story. So I hope that that's something they've learned with Janthir Wilds, that they kind of all the characters they set up in Janthir, they follow up on
in the following patches, and we kind of stay with them. I think the other thing is probably the instanced content is kind of the big question mark to me still. I read the retrospective. I can't remember off the top of my head if they even mentioned anything about fractals, strikes, raids. But 2 strikes for SoTo felt really weird. I think I really enjoyed the loop of End of Dragons having 4 strikes, and you kind of like rotate through them every day. It's a bit of variety. With SoTo, you just kind of had the daily was just one of the 2, and they're 2 quite drastically different strikes. One is like complete brain dead easy mode, and the other one is all right, like an all right challenge. Like I really enjoyed Cirrus. I haven't done the CM, but I think it's a really good strike. But just to have 2 that you're bouncing between each day just feels really weird for like a full year. It's like for a full year, it's just not enough. And I know that raids are coming back, and they've kind of offloaded an easy mode into the open world. I think that will be quite interesting, but I'm still like, we just had this short discussion with SNEB before the stream started. We're still not really sure what ArenaNet's goal is with strikes and with raids and with instance content. Like, do they plan on continuing strikes? Because I actually thought that they were quite short-lived. Like, we got a good batch with EOD, and then we got a couple more with SoTo, and now it seems they're done. They're back to raids, which I'm more than happy with. I'd rather go with raids than strikes. But I don't know if I don't know what their plan is.
You know,
What makes you say that though? Like when you say I'd rather them do raids than strikes, why?
Yeah. I just like, first of all, on a marketing / labeling perspective,
For sure,
I think the idea of raids coming to Guild Wars 2 is way, like, outside players can really identify it with that. Like, people know when there's a Destiny 2 raid dropping or a WoW raid just because of the label. But as soon as you hear strike, people have no idea what that means. If you've played Destiny, you're probably thinking like a dungeon. That's what that means in Destiny. So from a marketing labeling perspective, I think it's good that Guild Wars 2 has like raids back. And I guess on my personal view, I just think that there's something about the presentation of raids that is more interesting to me than strikes. Just the one arena bosses, it's cool, and then being like included as part of the story, it's good. But I don't know, I like raids being this like separate little side story thing that has like a proper environment laid out for them, their own sort of mini narrative, that the only way to properly experience that is to actually do that content, to do that raid content. I like each of the bosses also sharing some sort of mechanic with each other. I know that Destiny does this very well, like each boss kind of builds on the other. I don't think Guild Wars 2 has really done that with raids in the past. Every boss has been quite drastically different, but I'd like to see them do that kind of thing for raids.
I think there's something nice about the sequential aspect, right? You have to do them in order, right? You got to clear the raid ring, and that's, funnily enough, this is something I really need to raise this to ArenaNet, because I feel like they might not think about this. I think it's actually pretty important that the raid is sequential even on challenge mode. Like, for example, I think in order to do, if you want to do the third boss on challenge mode, I think you need to have beaten the first 2 first, if that makes any sense. That's something that I was thinking about the other day. It's going to be super weird if you clear the raid, right, and then you can just go back and do it on challenge mode, and then you can do any of them. Like, I really think having that sequential progression element, I think, is so exciting. Like, that to me is like a very, very raid experience that is fun. Like, when you're delving, you're plunging, right? You're plunging into the raid. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm really
about progression as well,
go ahead.
Like the idea of like progression and going in there with a group, and you've spent a couple days on one boss, you've nailed it, you're like a third of the way through. So now next time you're with your team, you work on the other third, and then at the end, finally, after like a full week, maybe 2 weeks, you've nailed down the third boss. Whereas we don't really have that sense of progression in Guild Wars 2 at the moment, I think, with strikes. We just kind of like, we just have the one. It's like we got Cirrus CM, or we've got the You know, what do you
Dagda.
call it? Harvest Temple.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. But Dagda, yeah, I mean, Dagda exists. She literally exists. So,
You know,
but, yeah.
I'm curious. Like, do you think it would be a good idea for ArenaNet just to unify the system? Because I think that I feel like one of the reasons they're doing raids is because they want to, again, like you mentioned, that marketability element. I think that's a really important part of it. I think that they're probably testing the waters on this a little bit, especially with like their new implementation of raids with that open world, which I think is a really good idea. But I think that Arena are really thinking more about marketability right now. I think they want to be going, we don't have strike missions, we have raids, because everyone knows what that is. Like, we don't have fractals, we have dungeons, right? I really think it would be, I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if ArenaNet unified these structures, actually, like these two systems, and raids and strikes were essentially became just raids, essentially, and then there's different types, right? Like, you have like the single boss style raid, and you have like the more instance, like, you know, multi-boss raid style experience. Same thing with fractals. I would not be surprised at all if they tried to unify them both under the umbrella of dungeons in some sense, because it just makes a lot more sense, I think, from a marketability perspective, as well. Moving slightly on from this, I want to bring SNEB in, because SNEB, I mean, look at SNEB, he's just there, like he's just.
Yeah,
I've
been quiet.
listening.
I've been thinking.
He's been thinking about the
and I want to talk about this topic a little bit, and especially from an outside perspective. I want to hear what Bloom's got to say on this. Do you feel like the quality of the content in SoTo was the same? Like, did it differ from previous Guild Wars 2 expansions? Because I think that's a bit of a hot topic, a bit of a concern that I think that players have right now. Like, you know, of course, they've learned. You know, they've had some time to refine their development. That was mentioned in the retrospective, and of course, right, it is a new model. They're trying out new things, but like, how do you feel about the quality of the expansion and kind of that going into Janthir Wilds, right? Like, because I think there is a little bit of concern about that.
So what immediately went through my mind is I don't know that the quality has changed that much, but what I think happened with SoTo is they just didn't hit, right? Like, there was no, you know how when an artist puts out an album, musician puts out an album, there's a couple good songs on there, and you know, some of the other songs, they might not be that great, but those few songs, they really carry the album. SoTo just didn't have anything that really carried it. I suppose if you wanted to say something, the open world legendary armor really they basically was the expansion, right? All rewards, all maps, all metas, everything led to that one reward, really. And then I think Ceres CM was a big highlight. But aside from that, they didn't really, there's nothing really striking about it other than that. There was problems and things that just overshadowed a lot of the things that would have been like, oh, you know, that's okay. Like, I actually thought the maps were all right. They weren't my favorite maps, but they were so laggy and the metas weren't very good. And so it's kind of like, well, I don't really want to be there. Like, they're kind of cool to explore and stuff, but I just don't really want to hang out there. And then I'm not really a story player, so I don't want to speak for story players. But I do think that the story started out strong and then just got weird and it was just very short. It was hard to follow because there was so much time in between each patch, and the patches were so bite-sized that those didn't really hit a home run either. So what I think happened was, it's not that the quality was that much worse, it's that there wasn't anything that really was shining and bright and awesome to keep you engaged enough. And so I think it was just kind of at the average for what they normally produce. And that in itself, I guess, was hard for people to overcome.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with that. Yeah, it definitely felt quite like broadly when you look at it, SoTo. I mean, a lot of people were disappointed, but I just kind of look at it as it was kind of like mid, and so it really flies under the radar in comparison to all of Guild Wars 2's previous expansions, which all did have that kind of like killer feature, or just they stood out in some way. And yeah, I mean, my biggest disappointment, I guess, was like the maps with SoTo. I did not like the first one. I understand, like the concept of these fractals coming into the real world and being these separate islands is really cool. But then in playing it, it really did, like, I could not get out of my mind that it just felt like an economical move. It didn't feel like they did this for like I don't think they delved into the Fractal storyline stuff enough to justify it. It really felt like we've got to be able to create a map with as little manpower as possible. Let's like use chunks of like other maps from Guild Wars 2, and I couldn't shake that feeling playing it. It might not be that in practice, but just playing that map, I don't know, didn't interest me that much. And then you've only got one more, like on the expansion more. You've only got one more map, and that was Amnitas. And that was like, okay, but it definitely did not hit it out of the park compared to previous expansions. And yeah, it wasn't super features heavy either. So there wasn't anything that stood out on that front. For me, the standout feature for SoTo was the Wizard's Vault. And that's just kind of like a baseline thing. It's not really, it did come with the expansion, and I do give it kudos for that, but it's not, I don't really identify SoTo with the Wizard's Vault.
Not a lot of garnish, not a lot of entree.
Yeah, it's ultimately it's a feature that rolled out to the entirety of the game. And yeah, I suppose this is what I think ArenaNet need to prove. And I think that, I think actions speak louder than words. I don't think there's actually anything that could be communicated that would really convince people of this. But like the concern that I certainly have with SoTo is that I feel like they're really going for it, right? Like they're kind of pushed to the limits on like what they can actually develop in the time. It's a short expansion cycle of like once every year. I'm gonna be interested to see if that actually stays the same, or if they want to kind of put the expansions a little bit longer in the oven each time. I could see that being a change, because like my concern is like, especially when I look at kind of the actual encounter design, and also kind of the maintenance of some of this stuff. It is a little bit concerning to me. Like I think I look at Dagda CM and I go, wow, okay, this is not good. This is actually just not a very, very good encounter. And I think with the way that the development strategy for ArenaNet is right now, I think it's very difficult for them to fix that, right? Like they can't really rework the fight, they can't change it, they can't update it, they can't make it better, really. And I think we kind of see a repeat of this with the Fractal now as well, with Lonely Tower. And I think that, again, I think there's definitely some development strain going on here. Like, let's just say this. You cannot realistically beat Lonely Tower right now without exploiting. Like, that is the current state of affairs. And, that was released, it's like a week and a half ago at this point, right? I think, or something like that. Or nearly 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's not good, to be honest. That is very problematic, I think. And I think a large part of that is because, they're really going for it on this expansion, right? They've got a very big thing going on, a lot of content to make. In fact, they're even kind of amping it up, right? They're doing 3 encounters instead of just 2 in Secrets of the Obscure. I am a little bit concerned that the development load is actually a little bit too much right now on ArenaNet. And, I want to be clear. This is not me criticizing ArenaNet as such here, because, guys, I'm going to tell you a little secret. Game dev is hard, right? Like, code is hard. Animating is hard. Designing stuff is hard. Testing stuff is hard. It's very time consuming. It's very expensive. This is not a criticism, but I think they, I do hope that they do reflect on this and are careful with kind of the scope of a lot of the projects that they're going for, or maybe like they're super confident and they learned a lot from SoTo. They've got their development strategy all ironed out going into the expansion. But yeah, that's the really big one. Like more than anything else, I feel that SoTo was almost a little bit of a fumble in kind of delivering the usual Guild Wars 2 experience in a lot of places. And I don't want to. Okay, right. I'm going to say this about Ceres. Ceres was a happy accident. Okay, and I'm not okay. I hate saying this because it can sound really negative and really dismissive, and I really don't want to come across that way. But I actually really want to point out that one of the reasons why Ceres was so good is because it was bugged on launch. That's not a joke. That is 100% true. It was bugged on launch and had like 160 million health and was unbeatable, right? Essentially, right? On the launch of the encounter, right? That then gave them the time to pick a number that made sense, right? Because it was originally supposed to release with the same amount of health as it has on challenge mode now, which definitely makes it significantly easier, obviously, right? Like 24 million less health, that's a lot. And this is the kind of thing that does worry me a little bit, right? Like, as if we kind of go, okay, yeah, well, Ceres kind of worked out, but it was a little bit of a bit of an accident. And I think if you look at Ceres, I think a lot of their development time went on that encounter. It's absolutely the most fleshed out and best designed encounter when I say encounter, I mean including open world, including the Fractal, including every encounter that exists within SoTo. It is by far the best designed. But even that, right, like had problems. It was a bit of a bumpy ride, and I think it's important to note it really could have gone badly, right? Or, well, not badly. It could have gone not as good, if that makes any sense, right? Like, it was a really big deal. It's like, oh shit, this is incredibly epic, right? But it was kind of like that because it was bugged, right? Like, to an extent, right? And that type of thing scares me. A little bit, I think. And I do have this like slight trepidation about like how the content in Janthir Wilds is going to look. You know, I'm not dooming, to be clear. I'd say cautiously optimistic is how I would describe my current mood towards Janthir Wilds. But in my opinion, this is what ArenaNet have got to nail. They've got to deliver us a good open world map in that second and third update. And well, I'm going to be talking about this a lot, actually. Spoiler, I'm doing the marketing. I'm setting up my next, like, couple of weeks on YouTube and next TEATIME even, maybe. Like, we got to talk about fractals, because, oh boy, I look, okay, I do not think it is a coincidence that ArenaNet released the Fractal CM at the same time as the Janthir Wilds announcement. I think they knew it was scuffed, okay? I think they wanted it to go under the radar, to be honest.
There's no way they would have released it on the same day otherwise. I don't know why you would. If it was going to be like a really big deal, it would have been a total waste. Like, it would have been totally overshadowed by the expansion. And so I think it was probably smart that they did it this way because, frankly, I went in there with people that were way better players than myself, and we kind of struggled, and then we had this realization where we had to exploit it in order to kill it. It was bugged, and it was the only way.
Yeah.
And the moment that I realized that, I didn't really want to do it anymore. And I haven't been back in since, and I don't know if I will. I'm not really a big Fractal player anyway, but they'd have to really fix it. And This is the sad part. I'm not 100% confident they will, right? Or it will take a very long time. I would just appreciate some communication from ArenaNet. If they said, hey, our bad, we released it, there's some pretty big game-breaking bugs, we're going to disable it, and then we're going to fix it, it'll be fixed on this day. I really think that's all that it would take for me. I don't know if that's too difficult, though, to like disable it or whatever, but they do that with other things, so maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, full disclosure, I've not even done the new Fractal because of how everyone's been talking about it, and I'm just like, well, if I'm going to do the Fractal and experience that new content, I want to experience it when it's at its best, and so I've kind of been actually waiting for it to be patched or something, or for some Reddit post to go up and be like, Lonely Fractal is good now, before I actually try it, because I'm just, I did the Canaxai Fractal last year on the tunnel update, and I was like super not impressed. So I've just kind of put fractals down for now. I haven't stepped in for a long time. And that's kind of like disappointing, to be honest. It's a bit upsetting because I did quite enjoy fractals for a time. I really enjoyed Sunqua Peak, actually. I thought that was really cool, and it was definitely like a signifier of how they'd go forward with strikes, because that felt like a kind of precursor to the EOD strikes in many ways. And now I'm really kind of confused as to, I think you've mentioned this before, Teapot, I'm really confused where they want to go with fractals, because at the moment they just seem like strikes, and it's like, at that point, why not just make them strikes and put fractals on the back burner until you've actually got like a proper dungeon to present and put into fractals? Because as you say, like, fractals and dungeons should be merged together. It should be all dungeons and all raids. And so for that to happen, you've kind of got to figure out what each of these things do, because at the moment they're kind of blending together, and it's very weird. It's very strange. It's the only MMO that I know this is kind of happening to, that hasn't really quite found its stride when it comes to instance content.
Yeah, and you know, to kind of circle around, I just think that I think kind of having a look at kind of the development scope and development budget for this stuff, I think is going to be really important for ArenaNet. maybe don't do a Fractal CM every single time, right? Maybe just do a normal mode and you don't have to have a CM, right? There are plenty of enjoyable Fractals that don't have a challenge mode, I think. And I think a challenge mode is going to definitely add a really high kind of a development weight to any project like this. Because, of course, if you're going to make something difficult, you have to test it a lot more because you've got to make sure that it's doable, right? All that kind of stuff. maybe that didn't happen with Lonely Tower. I don't know. But yeah, I think this is important. Because I think ArenaNet really need to make sure that they're able to actually deliver on this stuff, but also more importantly, kind of address issues that arise in older content. I feel like this is one of the missing puzzle pieces in ArenaNet's kind of development right now. They are trying to improve on this, I think, because they're looking at, fixing world versus worlds problems with stuff like world restructuring. They're looking at rewards in World versus World 2, rewards in PvP. Like, they're even adding a new PvP game mode. Like, they want to improve these core features. But I think one area when it comes to improving things that are already in the game is that I'd like to see them improve the existing content in the game as well. And I know that's a little bit tricky because, of course, like, the game marches onward, right? There's no sub fee, so you're not paying for all of Guild Wars 2. You only pay for little pieces of it in one go, which kind of inherently makes this difficult because it's maybe not the most profitable thing. Well, I shouldn't say profitable. Makes the most business sense, right? Like, is a better way of putting it, I think, in this regard. But yeah, like, there are some pretty annoying bugs on a lot of these encounters, and I'm worried that they won't get fixed. They didn't get fixed in EOD either. There's also some potential tuning problems, right? Like, Sarah CM is probably still a little bit too hard. Like, realistically, like, it doesn't really fit that middle ground, right? Like, so players can have that jump up from normal to CM and up to legendary, right? Like, that's the kind of thing you want to kind of deal with there, right? They should probably look at tuning some of the open world as well, because Epoch is it's something in the final map right now. Like, I feel like I really want to see ArenaNet kind of iterate on the content that they release. Like, we see them do that with their systems, and that's great. I think the core systems team, shout out to the core systems team over at ArenaNet. You guys are absolutely killing it. I think everyone agrees that they are slaying, okay, with all the crazy cool quality of life and just kind of basic improvements to the the game system and so on. That is awesome, and I really hope that does continue. But I do want to see the core content team as well kind of spring into action, so we can get some of these fixes on this content. We can maintain the content, improve it, right? Like, make it better, and fix some of the issues. Because if you're reliant on nailing it first try, when you drop a new piece of content and yep, it's fine, it's perfect in every way, that is hard. Right, that is very, very difficult, right? And again, to show how difficult it is, WoW doesn't do this, and they've got a PTR, right? And they have loads of internal teams that like test the raids and test the content as well, in a way that I imagine ArenaNet doesn't currently have. Like, I hope they do that for the raid, for example. But yeah, like, it's clearly a little bit on the YOLO side, I think. So I don't know. Like, I think this type of infrastructure is so important for the game, and I really hope we actually see some progress on that.
Yeah, and those problems really rear their ugly head when we've got so few like pieces of content that come out. Really, just when we've got 2 strikes, and one of them's super buggy, it's just super obvious. There's no way to like sidestep it. WoW releases, like, when they have a raid, there's something like, what is it? I can't remember. I haven't played in a bit. Like 8 bosses.
Yeah, eight to 10 is pretty typical, right?
Yeah. If one of them's bugged, that sucks, but you've still got like 9 other bosses. Here, one piece of content comes out and it's lacking. Everyone knows, everyone can see it because everyone's playing it, and there's just like not enough to filter it out, really.
That's kind of what I meant before, right? Where I felt that SoTo was very average because they didn't have a lot of content. So they didn't have a lot of opportunities to hit. And so because none of them did, it made it seem far worse. But let's analyze End of Dragons a little bit. Look, think about the maps in End of Dragons. Which were good maps, which were bad maps. If you think about this, the first map was pretty good. Very vibrant, very beautiful, aesthetically pleasing. Everyone really liked that map. And the meta was all right. The meta was different. It split into 3 groups, go, final boss fight. That was fine. The city map, not very good. People did not like the city map. The meta kind of sucked. The city was just empty. That map, failed. Yeah. Next map, kind of average, right? People didn't love that map. They didn't hate it either. It was okay. The meta was all right. It was kind of neat, but pretty average. And then the final map, lots of people really loved the final map. So you had kind of like fail, average, very good, excellent, right? You had the wide array of different, of sort of different levels of appreciation for these maps. But when you go to SoTo and you think about it, you're like, meta event, kind of okay on the first map. Second map, kind of a spectacle, pretty neat. Lag was kind of bad. It was all right. Then you get to Nios and you're like, it's all right as well. And so there's just nothing to write home about. The final boss, like Epark or whatever, is actually pretty all right. It kind of stands there in the middle of the room like it's duct taped to the floor, but otherwise it's okay, right? It's okay, right?
Is
it's
it?
Average.
No, actually, that's way too generous.
It might be a bit generous. It's okay. I feel like the map is kind of boring. Like the meta event is a massive sponge with a few things that maybe kind of happen, but it's better than some open world bosses and some random maps and core Tyria, right? Like it's okay. It's not great though, and because it's not great, it's not memorable. And given that it's not memorable, it hurts the expansion quite a bit. I don't see, and this doesn't mean they don't exist, but I don't see a lot of people going, oh, join me for my meta train. We're going to do all of the SoTo things. It just doesn't happen quite as much. I think I think if people get their armor and crap, they want to never go back there again because the metas in HOT are just superior and the metas in EOD are superior. So why would you ever want to go back?
Actually, this might be a nitpick, but like a big part of why I do not like doing all three SoTo metas is that the enemy types are the same across all three. You are fighting Cryptus the entire time.
Yeah.
There is like zero variety. Whereas when you do like an EOD train or a Heart of Thorns train, every meta feels very distinctly different. Totally different enemy types, totally different mechanics. It feels great. But SoTo, like it all blends together. Like convergences, rifts, the meta events, you're all fighting the same Cryptus with the same mechanics, and it just feels awful. And I'm like, really, I actually like gave up on working on the legendary armor because I'm actually so tired of fighting Cryptus. I just like never want to see them again. I'm so excited for Janthir Wilds because I just want to see different enemies to fight. You know, that's a big part of it for me. The variety, to be honest.
I think that's a really good point, actually. It's something I hadn't considered. I think that's a really, really good call. There definitely was like it's almost like play a new world.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's actually what it reminded me of. Yeah. Oh no.
Well, I think you get a bit of fatigue after fighting the same enemies, but none of that actually mattered. That I just didn't think it was fun, and that's perhaps the most horrible, evil critique ever. I just didn't think the metas were that much fun. And like, I think, man, I think back to End of Dragons. I took time off work and I played 2 days. And I remember getting to, the Dragon's End and we failed at 1%. And I was just mortified. And I was like, holy crap, we got to rally the troops here. Like, this is a battle. Like, we're in this together. This is insane. And we went in and we did it the second time. And then I remember just doing it over and over and over. And I didn't even care about the rewards. I was just doing it over and over and over again because I thought it was so fun and so cool. And nothing mattered to me except for just how novel and interesting that map was. And I didn't feel that a single time in Secrets of the Obscure. Not once. And I don't know if that's a me problem or a game problem or what, but it just is how I feel. When I played Epark, I got to the final boss and I thought, oh, the lead up is so good. Like, it's so interesting, right? There's this tower, this giant, like, evil castle. And then I get to the boss and it's like, hello, I've been hot glued to the ground and you're going to sit here and hit me with your sword for a whole bunch of time. It wasn't the same, it wasn't the same. And I think that really hurts SoTo. There's just nothing super memorable about it. I
think that kind of slightly sideways from this topic, actually, and I think this is a good point of discussion, actually, especially given how Guild Wars 2 is. I think one thing that is really hard to do in Guild Wars is create an expansion that players want to play, and not go back to older content. Right, I think that's really hard to do in Guild Wars 2 because of the horizontal progression, right? Like, you play through the new stuff and you go, okay, that was cool. Now I'll go back to doing the other stuff. I think that's one of the things that's very difficult, I think, very challenging for ArenaNet to do is how do you create an expansion that on launch, everyone is like, I've got to do this. I've got to come back every single day. I've got to send it. I've got to blast this. Right? That, I think, is kind of the challenge that they face now. I do think that the expansion Janthir Wilds is a bit better set up to do that, especially with the player housing. Like, players are going to obviously be looking to unlock and kind of customize their houses. The housing is obviously going to be in Janthir Wilds, right? You steal a house from a Coden. And of course, like, there'll be loads of stuff you can collect there, right? You're gonna have to like do all the achievements, I'm sure, to unlock various decorations, and of course, buy them on the gem store. Ooh, yeah. All that kind of wonderful stuff. So I think that's going to help out there a little bit. But I do think this is like a really important rewards conversation. And I'm kind of really curious what Bloom thinks about this as well. I feel like it's really important that there's some at least medium long-term kind of grinds almost that you can just do on the launch of the expansion. I felt that was very lacking in SoTo. It was like, what am I doing here? Like, what am I grinding? And I've got
kind of doing rifts to save up for this mysterious legendary armor that's coming in some future patch. But we're kind of like, we'll just keep doing rifts, I guess, for a little while.
Yeah,
that was strange.
I have to interject here. I don't even think it's about the rewards. I really don't think it is. Well, I think, because I actually made this mistake in a discussion a couple weeks ago. I was thinking, there's just not really that good of rewards in SoTo or whatever. Well, that's just not true. Like, they have like a high rarity drop on each meta. They have the kind of like the side thing so that you can get legendary armor with the, what are those even called? The little rift. What are those called? The little rift things. What the essences? Essences.
Yep.
They have the essences that you can get from rifting, and like the maps have all of these reward structures around them. They have high rolls. They listen to us for that stuff, but people still aren't going to want to repeat them. Why? It's because they're just not very fun to do. I think it's really part of it. I think it's the simplest possible answer. It doesn't matter how rewarding you make something. If it is exceptionally painful to do, people will eventually not want to do it, at least very often. So when you're talking about how do we get people to come back here every single day? Well, you can give them whatever reward they want. Like, look at Epark. The final meta I really don't think people are thinking, oh man, I want to go and do this every single day. It has an insane high roll at the end for every infusion in the game. It doesn't matter what reward you put there. Nobody cares. I don't care about the freaking box. It's a stupid box. It doesn't matter. What matters is if I had fun and made some friends along the way. And I frankly don't find that meta to be that. When I go and do that meta, it's a 11-minute, can I get carpal tunnel experience. It's just a massive grind, and you just need to make it more interesting and more fun. If people have fun, they'll do it. And you need to have the right mix too. Like, make it rewarding, but make it fun. That you can't just throw rewards at people and then expect everyone to be like, oh yeah, this is the best thing ever. And guess what? This is the most harsh criticism I'm going to give of SoTo. I actually think that is like the epitome of SoTo. They threw a ton of rewards at you with open world legendary armor with these high rolls in the different metas. And they said, go. And people were like, okay. And like redid the maps like hundreds of times and did all this stuff to get the rewards. But I don't, and this is me going out on a bit of a limb, bit of an assumption here. I would venture that a lot of people probably didn't enjoy that as much as maybe some of the collections from the HOT experience or something. I don't think they found them quite as fun. I would have a hard time believing that players really thought grinding rifts for weeks, months was a good experience. I just don't think they thought that. And so they threw all these rewards, but I still don't think the content was lacking. The content wasn't fun.
Well, I
Actually,
think that
yeah,
this,
I do agree
I think
with
this is kind of part of the reward structure conversation, right? Because I think you've made some comparisons to some of the collections in HOT. And I think you're absolutely right to do that. Like, why is something like the Raid Legendary Armor, and I think a personal favorite of mine, I'm not sure how other people feel about this, like the Gen 2 Legendaries in HOT with the collections attached, why are those better? It's because the actual reward acquisition method is more fun, right? Like, I think that in a way we're talking about the same thing here. I definitely agree that kind of the reward acquisition in SoTo is pretty mediocre. You just kind of just kind of grind it and then put it in the Mystic Forge and then kind of away you go, right? That's kind of what's going on there. But I think that that's why you do need to have like essentially quests, right, to go and unlock these things. And of course there is an element of a collection, of course, with the Obsidian Armor, right? There's like a lot of things you have to do, like lots of individual little things that you have to do that. But yeah, I think that you do need to have some kind of thing, but also I think it has to be, to kind of solve the problem that I'm looking for, it almost has to be unique to that expansion, which is why I think player housing is very promising, in a sense, or at least like the particular, the Code and Homestead, because I think you're right. Like, if people aren't having fun, they won't grind for it, 100%. And I think a big part of that is because you don't need to, like, even if something has like 50 gold per hour, well, you can settle for 30 gold per hour and just have more fun doing it, right? That's the thing. Like, I think that's why it's important to have kind of compelling reasons to play the expansion content, right? Like that, I think that's really important. And I think that SoTo didn't really have that until a lot later after the launch, right? I'm really hoping that isn't going to be the case this time with Janthir Wilds. And I do hope that the reward structures are better as well. Like, one thing that I am definitely intrigued on is the relics, right? Of course, you're going to have to do achievements now to get relics. They're not going to be included in the legendary relic, right? Like, this is something that they're changing.
Yeah, I think that's really good for the game.
Yeah, I think stuff like that is potentially interesting. Like, oh yeah, you're going to have to go and do stuff. I kind of hope they go... I think this is going to be a take that some people might go, oh my god, Teapot, I can't believe you're saying this. And some people are going to go like, oh yeah, this is really cool. But I kind of hope they go hard on this. That there'll actually be a little bit of a journey to getting those relics. You know what I mean? Like, I do want to do a little bit of a quest. I do want to go and like grind some content to unlock a relic. You know what I mean? Like, get some materials, craft some stuff, do a little quest. I don't know, like do a collection, like going around the maps, right, and exploring stuff and doing events. I kind of like that. To be honest, like that's going to be something that I'm going to do on the expansion launch and go, this is content, this is hype, right? Hell yeah. As opposed to, oh, I'm farming 20 gold per hour. Wow, this is so rewarding. Like, I don't think SoTo lacks gold rewards. I don't think Guild Wars 2 lacks gold rewards. Like, have you seen the gold you can get from AFK farming? It's ridiculous these days. It's crazy. SNEB loves to do that. Look, I have seen, I've seen SNEB leech convergences on 10 accounts. I've seen it. I've seen him do this. He does it. He does it in his own squads, guys. He does it. He goes in there with 10 ults. Convergence CM. Umbriel the Breaker. It is breaking people, by the way. That's funny. But never mind that. Like, the thing is, I really feel that... Again. 100%. I'll wrap it up. I think I really want to see ArenaNet and Guild Wars 2 nail these kind of horizontal progression grinds. Right? I think that is so important. I think it was very lacking in Secrets of the Obscure. I think it should be talked about more. I want to see some proper horizontal progression grinds. Optional, obviously. I'm not saying everyone should have to grind their asses off, right, in order to get all this stuff. But I want to see skin grinds, actual good skins. I want to see Legendary Spear on launch. It's so tragic that it's not on launch. Oh, man.
Yeah, totally agree.
But that's the kind of content I really think that Guild Wars 2 needs. But yeah, let's bring Sneb back. Okay, he's about to pop.
Think about this.
He's going to pop.
I'm going to give you an example of a map that is very fun. I would argue that perhaps it's not the most popular map, but it's still referred to a lot, and people still go back and make it a part of their meta trains. Grothmar. Okay. I think that that's one of the most fun maps in the game, and people might disagree. But and the reason I'm going to say most fun is I'm taking a utilitarian view. Like, most people, like the general population, will get something out of it. They have a bunch of mini games, and each of those mini games contributes a key that you then use all 4 keys to open a big high roll chest. And then each meta even has, well, some of the metas actually, or some of those parts actually have a high roll themselves, like a tonic or something. But those events aren't particularly difficult. but they require a little bit of coordination, cohesion on a team, or they're just fun, right? They're just fun. Like the concert is just fun. It's not hard. It's not like crazy difficult or anything like that. It's just pure fun. And so people go back to it because it's just kind of fun and novel and interesting. And then people go to the ooze because it's quite rewarding. People go to the one that has the flame, the torch, because it takes a bit of coordination and has a high roll. And they go to the other one because it's part of the key. I don't know. But it's just an interesting way to do things because every part of the map is important. It's all and it's just pure fun. There's nothing. I guess there's no other way to describe that. It's just fun.
I've got a real problem with like the way ArenaNet present rewards because to be honest, I had actually no idea about that with Grothmar. I haven't done Grothmar in a very long time because I actually had no idea what the actual rewards were for the meta, and I wouldn't know unless I look it up on the wiki. So I haven't done it in ages. But I think you're both right. It is really a combination of fun versus rewards. As I said, like I think I'm a very simple man when it comes to MMOs. If you've got cool looking shit, like if you've got really cool armor sets or cool weapon sets, I will do whatever it takes to get that. If Sarah CM had some like sick weapon set, like really proper awesome looking, I would be grinding that shit every single day to get that.
Well, it has an infusion that's pretty cool.
I have seen that. It doesn't tickle my fancy, to be honest with you.
I think it's cool.
It's close though, because like something like I like Dagda CM's infusion.
Yeah.
So I actually
you don't like the back tentacles either.
Not the back. Yeah, not a fan of the back tentacles. No.
Oh, I thought you might be. Dang.
So yeah. But I do like the infusion from Dagda CM. So I actually got a group together the other week to actually do it. And that's been great. Now I just have to bloody grind out shards to afford to buy it. But I'm very simple when it comes to that. I just need like cool looking armor, cool looking weapons. And SoTo for me actually lacked that kind of stuff. We only got like 2 armor sets at launch, and they were both universal across all classes. And they like look all right, but they're not enough for me. I need cool looking stuff. Like when WoW showed off the latest tier sets for the new raid, they look incredible. And like I don't even care how good that raid is. I'm going to be doing that every single week to get the full tier set. And I'm going to be playing it's going to incentivize me to play other classes just because they look sick. That's it for me. I'm very simple. So I hope in Janthir Wilds that we get some sick transmog. That's literally all I need to make me play the content.
I want to ask you a question about this actually, Bloom, because I agree, but I would add one stipulation to that. And I think it goes in alignment with what Teapot is saying too. You can put cool skins in the game, but there needs to be a cool journey associated with it.
Yeah.
Totally.
If you just put skins in the game, it's just like the gem store. Who cares? Like if everybody gets the thing because you just walked in the correct direction, then it just doesn't feel very meaningful. It kind of loses a bit of its fun, you know? I like the fact that relics are going to be harder to get. I don't think they're going to be stupid hard to get, but there's going to be a journey, some excitement, some fun associated with that. And similarly, if they add skins and cool transmogs, whatever, into the game, I want there to be some kind of journey associated with it.
Yeah.
I want there to be a story to tell.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that kind of is the Guild Wars 2 experience for me, because it's not about vertical progression. It's not about the destination. It is about the journey. That's always been kind of Guild Wars 2's motto for me. And I totally agree. Like I was so pumped, so excited for the legendary armor, the new open world one. It looked sick when they showed off the pictures. I was like, damn, that's some of the coolest looking armor in the game. And then it released, and I've just like totally dropped off because it requires me to just like grind rifts and cryptus. And that's like, I just can't do it. There's a limit for me. And that's my limit.
He's broken. You know? He broke.
Whereas like End of Dragons came out and the Aurene legendaries, excellent. I was playing End of Dragons content all the time. And because there's a whole suite of weapons, there's something for literally everyone. And then they came out with variants on the following patches, and I went after that stuff. that was really good. And I think you make a good note, Teapot, that not having the legendary spear at launch is a real shame, because that is for everyone. Everyone's getting spear, and everyone's going to want a legendary spear, especially if it looks cool, especially if there's variants. You add variants in future patches. That's
yeah. The
S-tier. That's good
ultimate
content.
fantasy would be there's a variant for each profession, right? Because of course
Yes.
everyone's
100%.
everyone's getting a spear, right?
Yep.
It would be so cool, like the engineer could kind of get an electric one because they're an electric themed, kind of class with the spear.
Yeah.
The necromancer one can get kind of like this weird soul essence style thing that they've going on there as well. I think that would be really insanely cool, actually, if they did go in that direction with some variants on the legendary spear. Because bear in mind, they did make if you think about it, right, they made a lot of armor skins, right? Like legendary armor is it's 6 pieces of 6 pieces of gear, and of course they did it for all the professions, right? So 3 armor weights across the board. So I'd be pretty surprised if they didn't have something else for the legendary spear a little bit later on, I would say. And of course there is a legendary back piece as well coming out with that too. I just really hope there is a proper journey associated with it, like kind of reminiscent of you know what? I can't believe I can't believe that I would ever say this, but I think Aurora and Vision, actually, especially Aurora. Vision wasn't as good. It was actually a little bit too focused on the grind, I think, and less about the kind of the quest element. Aurora was incredibly based. Okay, Aurora was good. That type of collection is what we need in the game. Okay, they should make them longer than that, actually. They should make it juicier, in fact. That's
You know what? Actually, the perfect grind for me was the raid armor. That was like perfect to me. Like you step into the raid, you kill one boss, and as soon as you kill that first boss, the collection pops up, and it's pretty straightforward in what you need to get. It requires very few, I think, like actual material grind, and more just like playing the content, playing the raids on a regular basis. So that was really good. But you mentioned those class skins, and that is absolutely something I want to see, because one of my favorite things to do in EOD are those elite spec weapon collections. Like I really love those. That's like perfect mid-core content for someone like me. Gives you a nice ascended weapon. It's got a cool skin that's thematic to the class, and I'm like all about class fantasy. All I play MMOs for is like class fantasy. So they're gonna add something like that in Janthir Wilds. That'd be excellent. They could do it for legendary variants. That'd be sick. But even at launch, if there was just some sort of like weapon collection for each class that gave them, class specific spear skins, that would be sick. Totally down for that.
I completely agree. I really, really do. And I think that this kind of stuff is important, and I'm really interested to see where they kind of take it, because what I really like about kind of the fresh MMO experience is that it kind of is like it's a bit of a group adventure. And I think SNEB, you know what I'm talking about here a little bit with Dragon's End, right? Because why was Dragon's End so exciting? Because I think it felt like a bit of an event in a way, right? It was this like, oh shit, we're all working together on this, right? Like everyone's pushing in the same direction. I think that's a really exciting part of MMO launches, is when there is this kind of obstacle, right? And it doesn't have to be a difficult obstacle. Dragon's End obviously had its flaws. For kind of gatekeeping the turtle away from people doing less than 4K DPS. But yeah, it is one of those situations where it turned into something more than it was, right? There is that meta element that comes along with this type of thing, whether it's a challenge of some kind, like, when you have a race to worlds first, which we'll hopefully be having with the raid, all 3 legendary modes is really cool. But also, I think when there's a grind, right, there is this kind of sense of unity, I think, in playing an MMO that's really special, I think, and I think I really want to see ArenaNet capture that again, like both with the open world style content where, there's a boss that maybe is going to take a little bit of learning, and people have to figure it out and figure out how to approach it and coordinate and handle it and all that kind of stuff. But also with some kind of like actual grind, right? Like, oh yeah, everyone's trying to figure out where the relics are, right? It'd be kind of cool if it was a mystery and you had to figure out and actually find them. That'd be kind of cool, a little bit like the Griffin, right? Almost, and you got to do a little bit of investigation, or something like that, right? Like where the players kind of have this. Basically, kind of, there's a social element to it, right? Where interacting with other players and discovering it is is a really big part of it. I find that very exciting, and I'm really hoping to see something like that in Janthir Wilds.
And a side note, relics right now are kind of boring. I don't really like them. I wish they were way more interesting. When they were announced, I was really hoping they were going to be something like WoW's like trinkets, where they've got all these special crazy effects. That's kind of what I pictured from relics, and instead they just feel like I'm just replacing the thing I had with runes. Just little DPS increase doesn't really change my playstyle in any meaningful way. There are some that are super interesting. Like I like ones. There were some that like I think it was the Pather one where when you shadow step, you mark a target and you do extra damage. So now you're like, okay, well, how do I include shadow steps into my rotation? That sort of thing. I would like to see more of that, please. I'm not a fan of the just kind of like flat damage increase relics. It seems like every build I come across, I look it up and it's like, yep, thief relic, slap that on. Press your buttons, do more damage. I would love to see more interesting effects, for sure.
Yeah, I think this would be a really bold move, but I think I'd probably do it if I was ArenaNet. It would also be a decent way to counteract power creep. I would remove every single like flat output relic from the game, probably.
Yeah.
I think that having relics not as a damage increase, but kind of like a utility pick that you might have that doesn't necessarily increase your DPS, is probably the direction I would have gone. I definitely think that it was like stuff like Thief Relic and Fireworks Relic, probably a mistake. I think stuff like, and on kind of on the support side, Monk Relic, it's just okay, right?
Yeah,
that's the thing. I think it's going to be way more interesting if you have Caracosa Relic, like heal when you do a blast finisher. That's much more interesting, I think. And this one, to be fair, this relic actually is incredibly sick. Like Mercy Relic, like where you res people on more health. That relic is actually very, very good, by the way. But you know, that's maybe for another time. But yeah, I think stuff like that is definitely the way I'd like to see relics go. And even on DPS builds, I think it would be really cool if on a DPS build you would kind of pick a relic for utility. I also think that there could be some systemic improvements to help fix this. I think making it so that you almost have like an extra keybind to activate your relic in some way, I think would be better, rather than having it on an internal cooldown that you can't see. That's kind of a UI issue as well. It's bleeding into a UI problem. But I think you don't really have enough control over them to really kind of be as impactful. Like, you know, they can't make an ability that's like, oh yeah, you know, you now have the ability to reflect, but it activates when you use your heal skill. So now you have to kind of play around this with your heal skill. Like stuff like that just ends up being super awkward and not really working. Really, it ends up just being gimmicky and weird in that type of situation. So I think there's like some room to kind of rework that. But I mean, I don't think they're doing a pretty good job. I mean, like I think that you know, the new Zakharos relic, right? Like that is actually a really exciting, powerful relic, especially for open world content. And it's not a damage relic; it's a lifesteal relic, 4% lifesteal while you have Fury. Really powerful, actually, really, really powerful in a lot of different situations. So I don't know that it's, you know, there's some stuff
getting there.
Yeah, it's getting there. I think there's some potential to make things a little bit more interesting, in my opinion, when it comes to relics and the combat design as well with Guild Wars 2. Again, I think they do need to actually look at the UI. This is almost going to derail into another topic here. But they got to look at the UI, especially, by the way, because they're doing the internal mechanics with weapons.
Yes.
There is no UI support for this in the game right now, and I think that is problematic. Yeah. Like, is it going to be the biggest deal in the universe? Absolutely not. Is it going to, like, ruin it? No. But I think that if you are adding these kind of internal mechanic style things, and just to quickly contextualize that for people who may not be aware, it's stuff like, you know, you use one ability, it builds up a charge of something, and then you use another skill that kind of releases it, right? Or spends it. Like, it's the builder spender style gameplay. And we're seeing that pop up quite a lot here. And sometimes, yeah, you don't need to necessarily know that, but I think there are definitely some examples. We kind of see this in the SoTo weapon with like the elementalist bullets. Can be really hard to keep track of sometimes on the pistol, for example. And that is definitely a concern. I would really like to see some improvements to the UI actually to kind of better support some of the functionality they're looking for. And it would just be better in general, let's be honest, right? Like if you can track boons, if you can track trait procs, right? Like it is very strange to me that I feel like Scourge is actually one of the worst for this. If you play Scourge, you need to be counting to 3 to proc your extra burning on Torment, and counting to 1 to activate Doomfire. And there is actually a way to do this. Like, you kind of look at your Nefarious Favor cooldown, and you have to account for Alacrity, by the way, because the internal cooldowns aren't affected by Alacrity too, so enjoy that. But yeah, there's just stuff like this that is like, yeah, is this good gameplay?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that, to be honest. And again, is it a big deal? Nah. If you don't play around it, it's not really going to hold your damage back in a particularly significant way. But it's scuffed, right? Like that's the thing. It's still a little bit cursed when the UI, in a way, doesn't support some of these things, right, that exist in the game, right? Like, if we're going to talk about it in a more relevant sense, you'd be looking at like boons and conditions, right? And like being able to move the target bar down. Like, seriously, like, I'm not gonna lie, you've been playing a little bit of WoW. Like, it is pain, actually. Why can't I move the target bar down? This sucks. Yeah. Right? Like,
yeah.
Like, you can do it in vanilla WoW. Why can't I do it in Guild Wars 2? Like, it's, man. It's
like casual players might not care about that stuff, but a mid-core player like myself, I really want to be able to see and track that stuff, because it helps me feel more engaged with the combat system, and it helps me try to improve because I can properly track these things. Where like Final Fantasy does this really well, where those like separate little buffs or class specific mechanics are tracked with a separate little UI. And I want something like that. Like when I'm playing Warrior and I've got Fierce as Fire, I want to be able to track that so that I know whether or not I'm optimizing my damage on the Dragon Slash thing. Because sometimes I think like for a lot of players, they're going to hit that Dragon Slash and be like, why is it not doing as much damage as it could be? And it's because they're missing the tiny little Fierce as Fire icon that they haven't stacked up, you know?
Yeah, I think there's even a little bit more to all of this. It kind of goes into a bunch of the stuff we've spoken about, actually. You want to have a reason to engage with other people. You want to be able to say, hey, let's debate about which relic is kind of cool, or let's talk about some of these really interesting builds. But it's like, actually, there's only 3 relevant relics, and there you go. The conversation's over, right?
Yeah.
And this is also the case when it comes to just content in the game. Nobody's talking about that last meta. Nobody's talking about strategies to make it better. I don't see any guide videos on how to beat that, right? I'm not seeing it. Maybe some of those exist, right? But the conversation is really low. And I think this is just the case with SoTo in general. And so then when you talk about things like relics, it's hard to have a conversation about something that's just so obvious. It's solved immediately. I think what I crave for the next expansion is to have it so that things aren't solved immediately. I want to go in and have that feeling of wonder, right? Where I go, whoa, like, how do I do this? And then I turn to the people around me and I go, friends, like, we're all here together. How can we work together to make this happen? I think Guild Wars 2 suffers from kind of a community problem. And when we were talking about End of Dragons earlier, that feeling that I had that first day when we were doing Dragon's End, it brought me back to like old school MMOs where you were like, man, we got to problem solve all of this together. Like this is a problem to be solved. I felt a part of the world, right? I felt that there was real danger and that it was up to us to figure it out. And I didn't feel like that in SoTo. I don't know why. Maybe it's just content, but I'm hoping I feel that way in Janthir. So I don't know. What do you think about that? Do you think I've kind of touched on something even remotely relevant?
No, I think you actually completely nailed it. I think that a lot of what we're talking about very much does come down to that core issue, and I think it was the same with the rewards, right? In a way, we're talking about the same topic. In fact, not even in a way, we are talking about the same thing there. We want interactions with other players to be relevant, to be important, right? Like to feel like your actions mean something, right? Like to have impact. And yeah, I guess we've almost beaten around the bush with SoTo, but yeah, SoTo is trivial. Like it is a trivial experience. It is literally time in, reward out. There's not a lot of thinking. There's not a lot of like solving, right? Or like collaboration with other people. It's a very solo experience. Like, and look, if we're going to kind of get into this, like that's kind of one of the reasons why I certainly didn't like SoTo that much. And also like where I've been at with the game recently, and why I'm playing other games. It's because I'm lonely in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Which is quite
I'm
antithetical to the Guild Wars 2 experience. It's always felt like a
Yeah.
community-driven game where you get to
Yeah.
jump in and play with other players and do all these big, massive meta events that require coordination. And yeah, no, you're totally right. Like SoTo was not that. I would just jump in, grind some rifts or convergence, jump back out. Yeah.
Yeah, I think SNEB's completely kind of wrapped it up, and I think we should just let him unleash here for sure. But yeah, I think you completely hit the nail on the head there with kind of the type of experience we're looking for, and that we're looking for in Janthir Wilds and beyond.
Well, I'll unleash a little bit further. There was a Reddit thread. There was a Reddit thread that talked about a quality of life improvement that you'd really like to see in Janthir Wilds, and I said a completely redone LFG. And the reason is because I want to meet people in the LFG. I want to make new friends. That's why I play MMOs, the massive multiplayer online role-playing game. Not the awkwardly go to the dance and stand in the corner and see and be around other people MMO. I want to be a part of something. I want to feel like we're doing something important together, that we're solving problems together. And it doesn't all have to be like that hardcore, like that intense, right? But I just want to feel a part of something. I love doing Triple Trouble because I feel a part of something. I feel like we're working together to accomplish something. I like doing Dragon's End because I feel like we have to be united in some way. But I don't feel that in SoTo, and I find that to be very problematic. And it makes me worry about something like Janthir Wilds because I want to go in there and actually have to talk to other players. And maybe I'm in the minority, and I would accept that. I would accept that maybe I'm in the minority. I like communicating with the people around me. I like going, oh man, where did you get that spear? Like, how did you do that?
Yeah.
And they go, oh, like I just did this achievement. I like trying to solve these things together. And it doesn't feel like there's really much of that lately. I too feel lonely when I play in the open world. I think it should be quite the opposite. I think the open world should make you feel like you're a part of a team, a club, a group, a cult. I don't know. You should be a part of something. You got to be a part of something. You should feel a part of the Guild Wars 2 community when you're doing these sorts of things. And I think that Guild Wars 2, we've touched a lot on, oh, well, they're putting the garnish on all these things, they're doing all these features, but they're not really doing a lot of content. I think I want to add one more piece of the pie here. Put this in, it's not just 50-50, now we're in thirds. You have to have a reason for community. You have to want to build people and unite people together. And I'm very passionate about this in particular because I'm the leader of the Skein gang, and I try to unite players into groups to tackle instance content. But I'm particularly afraid of Janthir Wilds not taking into account that you must build community, because I lost a ton of community members, and it really affected me. I felt really sad. I lost a lot of friends. They just went and did other things. I was going through my guild list today, 7 months, 7 months, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months. Guess what happened about 8-9 months ago, right? Yeah. And it's just really sad to me. I really want people to have a reason to be together, to do things together, to have fun together. And they could easily do that by revitalizing things that unite people into teams.
Yeah, I think maybe that's why I'm so excited for raids, because that's dropping on a release after the expansion, so everyone's going to be there. Everyone's going to be in the LFG, and I know I'm going to put up like a tag that's just going to be like, all welcome, let's just figure it out. And you get 3 encounters to do that instead of like 1. So I'm really excited for that, for sure.
Yeah, I almost want to kind of get into the community aspect of it as well, because yeah, that very much resonates with me as well, because I really like having to. I don't know, this is a difficult toy to explore, because you might say, oh, you could still make a guild and like do the SoTo metas, and that's true. And maybe you guys can help me out, like why it's not the same. It's like
a guild needs to feel important. That's
and it doesn't matter, right? Like if you did that with Secrets of the Obscure, it wouldn't do anything, right? There's no like function there. Like you're not doing anything, like because the event is trivial. So I think what's important with trivial content is that your actions don't matter anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very demotivating thing. It's definitely like how I felt with Guild Wars 2, like a little bit recently, is that it doesn't matter what I do, right? Because the outcome is the same, right? And I think this is the downside of having content that is easy in this way, is that it in some sense removes autonomy from the player. Like what the player does becomes irrelevant, right? Like it doesn't change the outcome in any meaningful way. And for me, again, this is definitely my preference. I like games where you have control. It's why I love playing through Divinity Original Sin 2, because you have so much autonomy on like what happens with the game and how you can approach stuff, right? And different things you can do with your character. Like that to me is exciting. And you know, Guild Wars 2 has had exceptional moments like this, you know, mostly in instance content, to be fair, but, you know, like things like Sarah CM, things like HTCM, for example. But in the open world too, like I remember doing Chat Garant for the first time, right? When it was actually, you know, it was still quote unquote bugged or just overtuned or whatever. Yeah, that was really exciting. Like doing Triple Trouble is really exciting. Like, you know, I used to do Triple Trouble and to Quaddle every day. I would join Discord, TeamSpeak actually at the time. And, you know, we do Triple Trouble every day. Like that type of thing where your actions are important. And by the way, I'm not talking about rotation here. I'm not talking about, oh, are you just saying, you know, you like to pump big DPS? No. You don't have to do that stuff with these encounters, right? I won't even use Dragon's End as an example, but Triple Trouble has an insanely low DPS check. It's even back then it was low, right? When I was doing it, it's not about that. It's about the fact that you work as a team to overcome the challenge, and your actions are important, right? Like if you don't do things in a certain way, you don't like actually engage with the mechanics, like with how the encounter is, you fail. You know, you lose. Like, you know, there is something at stake there, right? There is that, you know, the element that, you know, you're probably not going to lose, but you might, right? And it's the same. It is the same with dragons, and it is the same thing with raid encounters. Is that what you do matters, right? And I think that's the holy grail of game design, is when when the player has access to that type of autonomy, you know, where you actually are immersed in the world, right? Like you are in the game. You know, look. SNEB, if we don't stop Su-1, the void will consume all of Tyria. You could get Su-1, SNEB.
It was important. Yeah,
we had to do it.
Yeah.
If we didn't do it, then it's over. It's literally over. If you don't do the tail, SNEB. Get the tail.
We have to do the tail.
Do the tail.
There's something you said that I really want to highlight here. You said, you know, that people had to put an effort. They were part of something, and it wasn't necessarily about performance from a rotational point of view. I 100% agree with that. I don't want to nitpick everyone for their build and their rotation and their DPS. I don't want to do it. And this is coming from
but he does it anyway.
Raids. But no. Well, but kind of, yeah. But because I'm forced to, because the new content they make has so much health. We can't do it. Like somebody can't feel a part of it and contribute meaningfully unless they're doing damage. I want it so that somebody can contribute meaningfully without blasting their rotation. I want it so somebody can be like, we're in the worm. We got the harpoon. Hold the harpoon with us now. We're moving over here. Yes. Okay, everyone throw the harpoon. In that moment, you are united as a team, irrespective of your gear, of your rotation, of what build you have. You are able to contribute meaningfully to that event through that series of actions. And here's the thing. I'm going to nitpick Epar because it's really easy. I go in there and you either are blasting damage or you're just a piece of meat there. Like you're going to get obliterated. If you can't do a whole bunch of damage, there are mechanics you can do, but they're all like damage oriented. If you don't do damage, you're screwed. Even at Dragon's End, if you execute the mechanics well, as we've proven multiple times, then you're contributing meaningfully and you will succeed. But the current, like all these normal mode strike missions, these meta events, they are insane DPS requirements for open world events that should be about having fun, making friends, and contributing meaningfully together through mechanics. We've lost our way, Teapot. We've lost our way. Open world is not fun to do anymore because all of these players are like, well, it's gonna die eventually, so I'm not gonna put in a lot of effort, even though I could theoretically do a lot of damage. And then there's all these people that are doing like no damage. And so you're sitting there, you're like, man, like we're not like working together or anything. We're just throwing ourselves at the boss for 20 minutes. That's not fun.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. It really is just, it's about design, really. It's just the new encounters just aren't designed very well. They're very focused on that DPS race, as you say, and less on actual just mechanics. Which, yeah, it's really unfortunate. Like, I think a really interesting point of comparison is that I played the Destiny 2 expansion recently, and the DPS requirements for a lot of that content is quite low. You don't need to do crazy damage. But I was doing the latest raid with some friends the other day, and it is just really, really mechanics heavy. Just figuring out the puzzle of each of these fights is so satisfying. It doesn't require everyone to play at the top of their game when it comes to damage, but it's just all about the puzzle, the mental game. And I definitely feel like something's been lost with SoTo. I don't think there is a puzzle element to any of the fights in SoTo now that I think about it. That they're all just pure damage dodge AoEs, which is just
there actually is.
Is there? Oh,
there
is with
is, but
Epark
it doesn't matter.
pools?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Exactly. Epark has the pools that are not very clearly explained, that are on a UI bar that you can't read, and you are just going to die every 10 seconds anyway to the pools. So there is a bit of a puzzle element. I have never seen the break bar break on NA, Teapot.
Yeah.
I've delved into total insanity. The break bar has never broken. I've done it 20 times.
You got everyone in the break bar pool, and it's just still nothing.
I show them where it is. I explain. Nobody's going to do it. The pool doesn't matter. That's why no one cares. The only thing that matters, because guess what? Breaking the bar is a DPS loss. Everybody has to go and just DPS like crazy. So there is a puzzle. There is a puzzle piece, but nobody wants to do the puzzle because guess what? You could just hot glue all the pieces together. It still makes a picture, apparently.
Yeah, sure. No, you're totally right. Totally right. Yeah.
Yeah. And
maybe that's why I'm so excited for raids, because I feel like historically raids have always been kind of mechanics puzzle heavy, and strikes have been, I guess, but raids more so. I think they kind of lean more heavily on the puzzle side.
Yeah, I think they definitely do. All that style of content can, for sure. I just really hope that and this is a bit of a fantasy, I will admit this, but I hope that they have the scope to actually change things in more ways than just numbers, right? Like, let me explain why. You cannot fix Dagda without changing the fight mechanically. You can't. You can play with the numbers all you want on CM. That fight will never be good. It can't be done. It's just not well designed, right? Like, if I sat down, and actually, I feel a little bit bad for not thinking about this, bringing this up. If I sat down, I could probably come up with some ideas that would make it more interesting. Stuff like she fires out 2 arrows instead of just the one. So you have to split into 2 groups and dynamically assign to solve that arrow mechanic. Make it so that some of the AoEs move so that you have and overlap with the numbers attack she does. So you kind of have to be moving while also dodging the projectiles from other players, right? Like there's stuff like this that you could do, right? Make it so everyone periodically gets insanity stacks. So you have to deliberately soak some stacks at a time so that not everyone goes insane simultaneously. Like, and look, I'm just like fucking spitballing here, right? Like there are mechanical things that you can do to make that fight good, right?
Pick him up, ArenaNet, Jesus.
But you can't fix it with just playing with the numbers. And I really hope that ArenaNet have some of that kind of budgeted in for their development time when it comes to that new raid. Because it's not going to be perfect. right? And I'm not dooming it. I'm not saying, oh, it's going to be so shit they're going to have to rework every single boss. But let's be honest here. There's going to be some issues. Again, I want to say this is not an unreasonable thing that I'm expecting here. This happens in World of Warcraft. They change fights a lot sometimes between beta and the actual release. This is very normal, by the way, to do this, to change fights mechanically sometimes. It's not weird. It's not a high expectation. I really hope they're able to do that and kind of refine things. I do, in some way, I don't like that the CM is coming out 3 months after the launch, because it's not going to be as blind, right, as it otherwise would be if it was all dropping at the same time. And, like, okay, whatever. Grumble. But on the other hand, I really hope they take that 3 months and they iron out the problems, they fix the bugs, and they make sure the encounter design is good going into that CM. I'm really excited to see what they do with the open world as well. I think that is a very, very good idea. I'm loving that. And I'm really hoping that, having that kind of open world raid is going to bring back what we kind of talked about here. I'm really hoping there is a little bit of something to it. I'm not saying it should be super hard, but I am really looking forward to kind of solving the puzzle, right? With a squad of 50 people in the open world. That is cool. I'm 100% down. I'm 100% down for that. That's really exciting. But yeah, I just really hope that they're able to fix any issues that arise, because, I'm looking at the past content. Are they going to fix the Saras bugs? Are they going to fix Epoch? I don't even know if they're going to fix him, right? Well, and Epoch is worse, by the way, because that's in the core game. Bear in mind, right? Look, Saras and Dagda, that's going to be like, that's old news, yeah? Like, that's gone. Nobody cares. Lonely Tower is in the daily Fractal rotation. There is no getting away from that, right? Like, it's there.
I see people actually actively avoiding that Fractal in the LFG, and I'm like, oh, something has gone so wrong there. Yeah,
it's a big problem, right? It's, you said something earlier. I forget what it was exactly. Teapot did. Adjusting the numbers. Something that came to mind was that, like, the gaming experience shouldn't just be a math equation. It shouldn't just be, if we give it this much health and the players will do it in about this much time. It should just be fun. It should just be, hey, I go in, we're all working together. Maybe there's 2 arrows, right? We have to move in certain syncs. If you come at it from the perspective that it's just a math equation, then people are going to treat it like it's a math equation. And guess what? That's what people are doing right now. They're like, I just got to do as much damage as possible. This thing can be over with. I can get the reward and leave. And I shouldn't be thinking like that. I find that to be one of the worst feelings I've had with the game, is how can I just get through this to get the reward at the end? And if you've thought that at all about SoTo, I feel like that's a problem. You should be, when I played EOD, I was so immersed in just like exploring, going through it. I didn't even think about the rewards at all. It was only later that, after I had done all the things over and over and over again, that I was like, you know what? They should probably incentivize coming back to some of this stuff, because otherwise people aren't. And that's not good either. So
and
you
then
need
they
to have the balance. And they did. They made things a little bit more rewarding. And that was good.
Yeah.
Not all about the math.
Agreed.
Yes.
I feel like this has been like philosophical tea time.
It has. I mean,
I feel like it's always philosophical tea time when it comes on.
I think so. Yeah. But, I actually think these are really important topics to get into, because I think it's easy to kind of get bogged down in specifics sometimes. But I actually think these discussions and these conversations are the important ones. Bloom at the start of TEATIME was talking about fractals and how he doesn't feel there's a design vision. I think he's right. I think that's a huge problem, right? Like, that's the case. It's a huge issue. And yeah, that's not a specific thing. It is very much a kind of a higher level perspective, like a looking top down perspective of like what's going on with the game. But I do think that it is funny, again, Bloom, he just comes in, just brings the content. We're saying, yeah, other MMOs have kind of hit their stride. Like, we see World of Warcraft right now kind of really barreling ahead with what they were doing in Dragonflight. They're now taking that into the War Within, and they're doubling down. They're doubling down on like the design philosophies they had in Dragonflight in the War Within. Guild Wars 2 still hasn't quite found its stride yet. I think that's a really important thing to actually talk about here. Like, they're still trying to figure it out. maybe, you know, like they're settling on this SoTo thing, but again, we haven't really seen them get a clean run in yet. Like we're still basically just off the tail end of the previous expansion model. Like we still have to see, what does this expansion look like? What is ArenaNet capable of delivering? I think these are the big and important questions that are going to be answered, hopefully, with Janthir Wilds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we haven't even we didn't speak about the weapons much.
Yeah, we can do that now.
So we got 3 new ones. Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, I just think they're like incredibly well designed. I think they're a lot of fun. I thought the new weapons that they brought with SoTo were pretty good. Kind of seems like a 50-50 split on like how much people enjoy them. Like half of them pretty good, the other half not so much. But I think they've really taken it to another level with Janthir Wilds. I think the spear, I'm genuinely always excited for these spear reveals, which I don't, just isn't something I thought would come out of my mouth. I thought it'd be like, okay, but everyone gets me actually as pumped as Elite Specs did. And yeah, I have really high hopes. I'm really excited that Janthir Wilds is going to launch, and we will have like a really meaningful change to our play styles for that expansion launch.
I'm quite excited. I thought in particular the idea of combos coming back for Thief, I thought that was really neat. And I was quite excited by that. I thought the idea of a spear having being able to go melee or range, I thought that was kind of cool too. Overall, I'm quite impressed with the idea of spear, but I'm cautiously optimistic because it doesn't really matter how cool the spear is if there's nothing to throw the spear at. Right? You need things to do with the spear. So I'm really hoping that in addition to this feature set, being able to play the game in a different way, that you're going to add your being ArenaNet. I hope ArenaNet adds things that are meaningful to do. And that will be the raid, that will be the meta events. And if that's the case, then they'll home run knock it out of the park. Because now they've got something really cool that changes the way that you engage with the old game and how you play the new game. And then they've got new stuff for you to do, even with the old kits as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, this is a really interesting one. And again, I feel like this is about to get very philosophical again, because I think that it kind of is that. What I think is important is that when you add something to the game, it kind of has a very well-defined purpose. And I think that means as developers, you kind of have to incorporate not just what you want the weapon to be, but also like how the game plays out in accordance with the players, right? Like, I think a really good example of this, of a weapon from SoTo that I think was like, boom, super high impact, very, very nice. Mesmer Rifle. Yeah? Because Mesmer Rifle, alongside some reworks to Chaos Inspiration, a couple of tweaks there, of course, to support that, created, boom! Heal Chrono is now on the menu. Brand new build. Right? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Big energy. Love to see it, right?
Yeah.
And I think that is kind of what I want to see happen with a lot of these weapons, is that it's like, oh shit, this is a new thing. That's why I think, like, you know, a range DPS warrior, ooh, new build. That's exciting, right? Like, I'm hoping there's a melee cleave AoE Mesmer weapon. It's going to be like a big cleaver, like in World Bus, when you're like going crazy, like smashing everyone with that kind of stuff. Ooh, new build. That's exciting. I think that's kind of what I'm looking for with these weapons, and I hope that they actually do that. I want these weapons to be very impactful. They're replacing elite specializations. It's important that they have a function that the devs want it to fulfill within how the game actually plays out, right? Like, we need a lot of Mesmer rifles. I think when a weapon is added to the game and it's like, oh, I guess your build is slightly better now, I'm not sure if that's what you want to see, right? Like, you don't want it to, you want it to create new builds rather than augment existing builds, if that makes any sense, right? Like, if it just makes your number a bit bigger, I don't think that's nearly as exciting as like, ooh, new play style to play. And I think some of the SoTo weapons kind of fell into that. I feel like Elementalist actually got the, you know, oh, I'm going to make them so happy. The Ellie mains, they're going to be so happy. Like, I think the best example of this, to kind of, again, to contextualize what I'm complaining about here, would actually be Ellie. Like, Ellie basically got Well, good news for you. Now your numbers are just higher on every single build, right? That's basically what happened for Elementalists with SoTo, pretty much. And I think that's kind of not what you want to happen. I think you very much do want to have a new experience for your players. And look, cheer up, Ellie gang. If you look, I would. You know what? I was almost gonna say that if Ellie doesn't get range spear, I'll slug with SNEB. But actually, seeing as how his bet didn't turn out super well, I don't think I'm going to do that. It's a risky business, guys. It's a really it's a risky situation.
Slugging, you got to do it.
Exactly right. Like you got to get that going. But I mean, like you're probably if Ellie doesn't get range spear, it would be devastatingly entertaining. Like that's how I would say, but it's probably going to happen. But yeah, I definitely think they have learned from their feedback, and I'm expecting these spears to be pretty damn impactful, actually, and kind of introduce some new, not only some new gameplay mechanics, but certainly some new kind of play styles with the expansion. And again, here's another thing, actually. I do hope they're willing to change things, even significantly, if it doesn't work out so hot, right? I think that was one thing that they couldn't quite do with SoTo as well, with the SoTo weapons. Yeah. Like, obviously, Engineer Shortbow wasn't exactly a hit, right? And to be fair, it is actually quite strong now. But I'm not sure if it's exactly everyone's favorite weapon from a design perspective, right? Yeah. And I hope that they are able, at least maybe even in follow-up patches down the line, in balance patches, to actually kind of get some pretty significant reworks, some of the things, if they don't land, right? Like, if there are problems and there do need to be design changes, I really hope that, again, kind of this is compounding on the issue we talked about, content design. Being able to fix stuff like this and having the agility to address issues like this, even in the live game, I think it's really important.
Yeah.
An NPC in the game is maniacally laughing, but nobody can hear it because I have the audio. Because Gayala this is huge. This is actually huge. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to have to derail this. Guys, the tunnel event has actually now started. This is absolutely huge. Use siege turtles to collect ley line energy and deliver it to the demolition squad. It's Bloom's camera is actually covering up the minimap. I can't show it to you guys, but they are doing the tunnel right now.
Nice. Are you excited for Janthir Wilds, where we get on the Warclaw and we get to pull down like 15 gates to get through the meta?
You know, the Warclaw. You know what? You know what? I'm going to say it. I'm actually just going to annoy people. I actually think that ArenaNet should look at the way that Blizzard handles mounts in combat, because they did a good job of it in Dragonflight, and they're doing a good job of it in the War Within. Having to do a little race minigame in between phases on Tindral is actually really fun. There's a new dungeon in the War Within where a boss where you have to fly to different ships to blow them up to free your ship so it can continue. And you also not only have to fly throughout the dungeon, and that kind of gives you different angles of attack. You can kind of almost like pick how to engage, like some of the trash and so on. Also, there's a boss where the boss summons like a Giga Shadow AoE, and you have to fly off the boat in order to escape it, and then fly back at the end. That is a pretty interesting thing to do with mounts. I actually think that they need to do more of the you can mount in combat. I think they need to have a scripted event that basically says to the player, mount up, go, right? So in other words, a boss might phase and move away, right? Let's say it moves to a different area, kind of like the junkyard boss in Echovold, right? It moves around. Yeah. There should be a scripted trigger that says you can now go on a mount, right? And it says, okay, you can mount up now. We know they can do this because they have the combat mount mastery on the Sky Scale, which, by the way, has no timer. You don't know when you can do that. That's fun UI issue right there. But they need to actually kind of go further on this. I think I cannot believe this happened. Blizzard got me. I thought there's no fucking way mounts can be good in MMO PvE. Like, I was like, oh my god, second to last boss in Imidrisil's mounts. It's actually over. It's over. This game sucks. There's no way. It's actually the best fight in the entire expansion. Like, pretty much hands down. And that's a very broadly shared opinion, by the way. That's a common opinion. That a lot of people feel that way. Yeah, I think they actually kind of need to, if nothing else, double down on this and make it so that, Maybe the boss is going to put up a shield, and you have to break its shield by like pulling it
down.
In combat, and then boom, you dismount. Like you mount up quickly, pull the shield off, boom, back in combat. Love to see that. Maybe there's actually enemies that have the down state, and you finish them with the Warclaw stomp. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. And again with the gates, I completely agree with the gates. Maybe there's like a siege you've got to do. You mount up in combat, pull the gate down, push in, big blast. That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. It's kind of cool. WoW showed me that it can be done right, and yeah, I think Guild Wars 2 should do the same. I think they should do this stuff. But I don't want to have this. I don't want to do it. I don't want to see this, Bloom. I don't want to see fucking fireball. Okay, on the sky scale. What are we doing? What is this?
I think that's just like a case of overuse. Yeah. They really did it way too much. Because I think on basis, that sounded really fun. And I was actually quite excited for SoTo to like utilize that fireball stuff in the mounted combat. But they really overused the fireball thing in the same way that Gyala really overused the siege turtle.
The siege turtle.
I think initially it was cool. You come up to a gate and you got to slam it open. And I could see in the future how that would expand now that like sky scale, there's a mastery to make the fireballs become siege. Like counter siege attacks, and then you've got the Warclaw now, which can pull down gates world versus world. And I can picture a world where there's raid bosses or open world events where you have a bunch of options for tearing down siege stuff, tearing down gates. That sounds really fun to me, but overusing one mechanic, definitely not the way to go. And it's interesting that you mentioned the raid stuff, because that's the direction that I thought raids were going to take with Path of Fire, because they had all these mounts, and I was like, man, they're going to use these mounts in really interesting ways for the raids. And I don't feel like they did that. I really feel like that was like squandered potential. And I'm quite excited to see if they, take advantage of that in Janthir Wilds. Because everyone's going to have the Warclaw. There's no excuses. You're probably going to get it in the story. God, I hope you just get it in the story and it's not like a separate unlock so that they can make it part of the raid. That would be great.
I think it will be part of the mastery system, so I imagine it will kind of be like integrated into the story somehow. Like they were talking about how it's going to help you navigate the terrain, and there was a little bit more information about this. It's going to get like a double jump or something like that. That was in one of the news articles. It's going to be like a little mountain goat, right? You could like climb up the hills and all that kind of stuff. No, I would like to see it, but I think you're completely right about the overuse. I think it has to be done right. I think you have to implement it well in order to to make it fun. Right, to make it, to actually play to the strength of the mount, which is that movement, which is going to be like its special ability to pull down gates, like it does in World vs. World. I think that stuff is what should be highlighted. It should not be like, fireballing, right? And like pressing one button, right? I don't think mounts should not be a replacement of the combat system. They should augment, they should improve the combat system, right? And I think that's the mistake that ArenaNet has done. They use mounts to replace the combat, whereas that's not really how they should have been used, right? Like, I mean, that's my opinion, obviously, but yeah. Like,
I mean, it just feels like a gimmick in that case, It doesn't feel like it's actually meaningfully expanding the combat or the encounter. Just feels like a gimmick. Hey, you're forced to use mash the one key on your sky scale.
Exactly. Yeah.
Agreed.
What do you think, SNEB?
Yeah, when it comes to things like mounts, I think that mounts can be very. What's the best way to put this? I haven't seen mounts be utilized very well in a long time. Is what it feels like. I think that they positioned it so that it was going to be this like sky scale map, or like sky scale expansion, and then do you remember they did the Griffin video with Willow?
Yeah,
and they didn't have a single Griffin race in those maps. Like, did
you
not find that?
I actually did not even realize that, and that makes me so sad. That is
Isn't that so
unfortunate.
Weird?
The map that has like endless skies.
I mean, have the winter achievement or whatever,
I will
right?
slightly defend ArenaNet on this. I feel like a lot of the content and some of the adventures that kind of involve you going around the map, they even actually made a reference to like Griffin races in the latest map. Actually, they added a couple of adventures that involve kind of taking a tour of the entire zone, and like it says something like, oh yeah, some people go like really fast on the Griffin. That's part of the description or something like that of the adventure. I think they kind of did this. I think it's a
in Nios though, right?
Yeah, not in Skywatch Archipelago, but there are some like I think there are some like adventures that they added those later though. I guess not on launch, but that, like are going to be.
I guess that was my critique, is that it was just kind of weird when the map, like part of the marketing was for that, and then it came out and it didn't have that stuff at launch. I don't even know. I just, in my opinion, mounts are one of the best things in Guild Wars 2. I don't know why they don't lean into that. They don't have to go super hard, but I think it should be included in every map. Like, the roller beetle races are freaking cool. There's like whole communities, again, that community theme. There's whole communities built around roller beetle racing and like optimizing those things. And it just makes, it adds flavor to the map and to the community. It makes people wonder, how do I get better at this? Oh, I better talk to someone. I wonder if someone can help me. You know, that's kind of fun. And yeah, I just don't feel like I see that. I haven't seen that lately. I also think that maps should, I think, I'm trying to think of a good example of a map that does this well, but like, it feels like you just can't do the maps like at all unless you have sky scale in SoTo. But I feel like the maps should be navigable, but if you use the sky scale, you can unlock different secrets or do things a little bit faster. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I totally
I'm trying to think of a good map example of that, though. I'm not sure if I have one off the top of my head.
Like Dragonfall, I feel like is a nightmare without sky scale. Is that what you mean, or you mean the opposite way, where you don't have to
well,
use
wouldn't you say
sky
that
scale?
wouldn't you say that HOT did this pretty well? Not with mounts necessarily, but with kind of masteries, kind of.
Yeah, there's like little
to an extent.
shortcuts, right? There's like shortcuts.
And Path of Fire with Jackal portals a little bit. Like I feel like the mount and like the maps in Path of Fire, you had some extra shortcuts. But I feel like HT was really good at this. Or there's places that
you could like jump across, but if you couldn't jump across, you'd have to go like a long way around. Or there's places if you had the Springer, you could like get up, but if you couldn't, then you could find another way to do it. And then there were some places where it was totally impossible. You had to get the mount, and I thought that was good. But in SoTo, I feel like if I don't have the sky scale, I literally cannot participate because half of the events require you to kill those stupid things in the air. I hate those things. The things where you have to like spin into them and then hit them with a fireball. Oh, it's so weird. But yeah,
I think a big problem why they can't like lean on the mounts as much as they otherwise could is because of the acquisition of these mounts and
is on expansions,
Path of Fire.
Yeah.
So they can't really do it. They can only do it with the
and also
like sky scale. They could lean into.
I've got an elephant in the room here. I'm sorry. I'm actually going to have to derail this. Do you know why they can't do it with the roller beetle and the griffin? Because the roller beetle and the griffin are actually quite hard to use. Do you know the thing about dragon riding in WoW? It's fucking easy, and anyone can do it. The griffin and the roller beetle are so much fun to use, but they require a little bit of finesse to actually get value out of, right? Like when you go and do like the griffin trials, like they're not the hardest thing in the universe, but yeah, you actually have to understand like how to gain speed on the griffin, right? You have to understand how to manage your speed and steer the thing and control the thing and like rise and dive and all this kind of stuff. In order to pass through them. I think I'm not saying they shouldn't do it because of that, but I think that kind of limits how much time they can put into stuff like this, like kind of designing content around the griffin and around the roller beetle, because they do have a bit of technicality to them. And let's be honest, this is not an MMO, not a Guild Wars 2 thing, by the way. Most players are not going to be engaged in that technicality, right? And this is in any MMO, that's just the way it is, or any game even. So that does kind of provide some limitations there, in addition to the fact that these things are locked around expansions. I do think, though, that a lot of our complaints, by the way, in this regard, are because the sky scale is not actually a super fun mount. By the way, I do want to say this. Like, for example, if they did an entire expansion based around the Raptor, I feel like everyone would go, this is sick. Because the Raptor is cool and the Raptor is fun. Yeah, it's a basic mount, but it's fun to use, right? And if you think about the expansion mount themes that we've had the Turtle and the Sky Scale, and I would say those are probably some of the lesser fun mounts to use, right? If we're being real here. Like as opposed to like the Path of Fire mounts, I think in particular, like, you know, because of course that includes the Griffin and the Beetle, with Season 4, kind of bringing that in. I guess technically the Sky Scale as well, but those are like the really, really strong and really fun to use mounts, as well at the same time.
Yeah, totally agree. I was going to say, I'm glad that the next expansion is focused on the Warclaw, because I actually quite like the Warclaw. It's close to being a Raptor. But now with the double jump thing, it's got a bit of verticality to it. It's going to remind me of Torrent from Elden Ring. That's why I'm kind of keen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we know much about the Warclaw yet, but what I imagine it being is like you're able to. How do I explain this other than this? You know what Super Mario 64? How Mario can like wall jump?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, yeah.
That's kind of what I envision a Warclaw doing is like
Okay.
kind of grabs onto the wall and then leaps off of it, right? Or maybe that's limited or not. I don't know, but I think that could be really, really neat. It's a new way to engage with the game. For some reason, I also feel like if they were going to do anything with the Warclaw, I mean, it's the Warclaw. I feel like you should be able to like attack while you're on it or something. Now, I don't know what that would mean, but I've always kind of thought that they leaned into the mount combat with the fireball a little bit, testing the waters. I wonder if you're wielding a spear and you're on the Warclaw, that you can have certain attacks or something.
You should just
That
be able to
could
throw
be-
a spear from it, like World versus World, pretty much. Like just
Oh,
the
Yeah,
that's
there you
almost
go,
certainly
the
going to
spear
happen, right?
thing,
Like,
and- yeah,
that's
100%.
100% going to be they're going to be the case, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
That could be cool.
Yeah. I think it will be cool to see some like proper integration of this. And I think the Warclaw will actually be a step up. I think I can definitely see it being a more fun mount to use than the Sky Scale and the Warclaw and the Turtle, yeah, for sure. I think partially because it kind of runs on land. I think
Yes.
that's kind of fun, right? In a way, like compared to a flying mount. Like I think that's cool to actually be running along the ground and doing stuff. I think that's going to be cool. And I think they have some options to make the kind of like the combat element of it be a little bit interesting as well. And I really hope they do that. And I also do really want to see a Roller Beetle expansion. I do want to see a Griffin expansion. And like people were talking about this in the chat. And I think you guys are right. Like how they're limited on stuff because like the masteries are going to hold you back in a way. Then I think they can make some tweaks to like the rental system. Make it so that when you use a rental, you have the masteries or something like that, right? Like you don't have it permanently, right? And maybe like change the system a little bit. So like maybe you can only use masteries in the context of a race or something like that, or like some of this content. But yeah, I think there's a couple of tweaks you can make that would kind of get around this, right? I feel like you can design around some of these limitations, right? Like I'm not saying give the masteries away permanently, like you can just like attach them to the rental in some way, to allow players to kind of like have an even playing field in that regard when it comes to some of this stuff. And you can just make it so the masteries aren't necessary. Like the Griffin is fun to use without the masteries. The Beetle is fun to use without the masteries as well.
I was going to say, you mentioned being on the ground. I have a really scalding hot take,
Oh,
which is that I wish that future expansions that flying was not enabled at the start, that you have to unlock it through a mastery or something, so that you have it's all grounded. You stay on the ground. You discover the maps together in the way that ArenaNet intends for you to do so that they don't have to be designed around the sky scale. Because I find as soon as you're on the sky scale, you just like ignore everything. You just fly straight over. You don't take into account the environment or the pathing or the enemies, anything like that. So I really wish they did the not so extreme as WoW, where you've got to do this like crazy set of achievements to unlock flying, but just as like a mastery, so that at the start you've got to be on the ground. I know that for Janthir Wilds, no matter what, I'm just going to be like on the Warclaw, and I'm not going to touch the sky scale till I finish. But I think that would honestly enhance the experience. I know that that's a hot take though. People don't want their flying mount taken away.
Yeah, I think this is a really difficult thing. Like, it's one of those things, once the genie's out of the bottle, it's hard to put it back in,
Yeah.
I think, without players getting upset. And I understand why people would get upset by that, right? People like using these things. And it's, it can be a fun tool, a convenient tool to use sometimes. But yeah, I certainly think that flying mounts, I think, have a really big tendency to kind of destroy the level design of the maps, right? They are very rule breaky. It means, like when the developers make an open world map, they have kind of like a vision of like, okay, so the player's going to enter the map here, and they're going to wander around over here, they're going to go there, they're going to there. Like you have this flow, right? Like that you have with these maps, and flying mounts definitely disrupt that. I think. Which I think is a little bit unfortunate. Like I think it also gets a little bit weird for new players too, because bear in mind, like if I think Dragonfall is a really good example of this. Like if you're like a brand new player on Dragonfall, you haven't got your sky scale yet. That map is kind of annoying, and everyone's going to leave you behind, right? I think that does happen with flying mounts as well, which I think can be detrimental. Like that's not really fixable at this stage, of course, but yeah, you know what I mean, right? Like I do think that I'm not a big flying mount enjoyer. I kind of like the Griffin in this respect, actually, because it wasn't, it was more of a glider, right? Like
Yeah.
it didn't let you break the level sequencing nearly as much, I feel like, as the Sky Scale does. The Sky Scale really lets you just say, well, fuck you, right, to the developers and just like fly over all of their hard work, basically. Whereas I think that the Griffin doesn't do it as much. I think anyway.
Griffin,
but,
you still have to think about that level design and think about how you can get high enough to be able to dive, to be able to, you know, get that much acceleration. Which is, I actually think the Warclaw is pretty clever as an expansion feature, because one of my favorite things about the Warclaw is that in World vs. World, if you don't have it, the Warclaw gives that speed buff that keeps everyone up with the Warclaw. So,
that's a really good point, actually. So it does have that, or like automatic support baked into it, actually, that will alleviate that issue of players not necessarily having access to it just yet. Although, to be fair, you're probably going to get it pretty early, but yeah.
Totally. Maybe give Sky Scale like a passenger seat or something, so you can just pick other people up and fly them with you.
Yeah, I mean, look, they had that with the turtle, right? So they could maybe implement that to other things at the same time. Yeah,
look, I'm just going to say it. I say this all the time on Tea Time. I'm going to say it again. Huge missed opportunity. Missed opportunity for not adding a saddle to the Griffin and the Roller Beetle and making it so that you can have 2 people on them and you can hang out with your friends. Just saying. Also, Dolphin, huge missed opportunity. The Griffin of the Sea.
Yeah.
Why do we have no Dolphin?
Saving it for the next expansion, SNEB.
Yeah, the fully underwater expansion.
Exactly, full on. I actually have full cope that that's going to happen. That is. I think that's going to happen at some point. There is going to be a
somebody better check your bloodstream. You might OD. That's a lot of copium. What?
No, I'm on board. You believed in Wing 8, it came. So,
well, I mean, he didn't believe. He didn't believe in Wing 8.
Yeah.
And now he pays the price.
To your detriment. Yeah.
SNEB is now forced to cut. But by the way, the tunnel meta boss is still going. How long is this taking, huh? What is this? it's like 10 minutes. Well, you know, derail aside, SNEB now pays the price. He will fully cover his body in Vaseline and slug.
Yeah.
When are you doing that, by the way? You're doing it when the raid releases, or just to like confirm 100% that it's definitely coming? And
I don't know. I was thinking about doing it if they were to announce anything about it.
Yep.
I think that I could get away with doing it then. So I was thinking about doing it in like July or August sometime. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. And I feel like that just about kind of covers it. Like that's my kind of reading the situation. I felt it was a very interesting show. That went in a couple of different directions. I think that very interesting nonetheless, and I think it's a good time to wrap up. So I guess if anyone has final comments, now is the time actually, before we kind of wrap up the show and then go our separate ways, never to talk to each other ever again. That's how it works here on Tea Time, right? They'll never be back.
Yeah. No final thoughts, really. I am actually just genuinely quite excited for Janthir Wilds. I'm actually far more hopeful for that than I am SoTo. I do think it's going to be a marketable improvement. So
the tunnel broke Bloom. The Wizard's Vault put him back together.
Did. Yeah, maybe it'll inspire me so much that I go back to actually making Guild Wars 2 videos. We'll see.
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
There you go.
All right, then.
Yeah, I don't really have any final comments either. Yeah. Just, don't use Teapot's referral link.
Whoa. Okay, well, I think that's enough. Okay, we can shut the stream down now, okay? Guys, gw2 in the chat. gw2 in the chat. Do not use SNEB's referral link, guys. Do not go anywhere near that stuff. It's not good. It's corrupted. It will actually steal your IP address. It will steal your credit card. It's not good. It's a virus. Okay, if you guys use SNEB's referral link, it will give you sneb.dll, and then you turn into a slug as well. You don't want that, trust me. But anyway,
a little slug just crawls across your screen. You can never get rid of it.
Let's wrap this up. So thanks for watching, everyone, gamers. We're about to tell you about ourselves a little bit, actually. I'm aiming to finish this before the tunnel meta ends, because the tunnel is eternal. But anyway, of course, massive shout out to all of you for watching on Twitch and YouTube, but of course to my wonderful guests here. We have got Bloom, we've got Dark SNEB. I renamed him again. Dark SNEB is back. Love to see that. But return to the show. It's been a little while. It's Bloom delayed the show by 3 hours, so it's his fault we're
Yeah.
late. Okay, that
It
is what's
is.
going on there.
It
What's
is.
going on, my friend? How can we stalk you on the internet?
Well, I mean, first of all, thank you, T-Bot, and the rest of the audience for being so accommodating. And I know it's late as hell for you guys now. It's like 11, 12 p.m. This show went way longer than I thought it would. But yeah, I am Bloom on YouTube. You can find me, the best way to look it up is just Bloom Guild Wars 2. I make guides and stuff, or I did before the tunnel meta. It's been a hot minute since I've made Guild Wars 2 stuff. But I think the last Guild Wars 2 thing I made was like, I did a full review on the channel that I do game reviews for, which is Skill Up. I did a full Guild Wars 2 review there last year when SoTo came out, and I intend to do the same with Janthir Wilds. So yeah, you can catch me on either of those two channels, Skill Up or Bloom. So that's about it.
All right. In the bottom left corner, marathon enthusiast, Warcraft 3 enjoyer, Goose fan, Epoch break bar breaker. It's SNEB.
Someday. Yeah, hey guys, just join my Discord. Join every static. Kill all raid bosses. Prepare for Wing 8. Secure your team now. This is limited time offer, okay? Also, actually, in all seriousness, I have 2 vacant spots for my team. So if you're an absolute blaster, you should DM me. There's 2 spots available. The expectation is that you will be toxic, that you will flame people. No, we just want really skilled players. We're getting ready for Wing 8, and we're going to blast like full CM raids on Wednesdays, R plus 0.5. So Wednesday evenings. It's going to be a good time.
I mean, shameless plug as well for SNEB, but I have used his Discord for raiding before, and it is good. It's solid.
You should have just said it was complete terror. You know, it made me quit. It made me uninstall.
Yeah.
It was so
That's
bad.
the reason
It was so bad. I uninstalled.
I had one bad experience. I uninstalled. Yeah.
Completely trivialized the game, made it too easy. Nothing left to complain about. Quit game.
Oh man! All right then. Okay, and of course you're here on this stream already. Maybe you're on YouTube, maybe you're on Twitch, but be sure to follow these wonderful gentlemen. The links are going to be in YouTube. They are going to be on the stream right now and below the stream all over the place. Be sure to follow the stream. Leave your comments. Definitely want to hear your opinions. Like, we talked about some pretty interesting stuff today, I think. Like, some topics that I'd love to hear everyone's thoughts on. Let's get some good discussion going about the video game known as Guild Wars 2, soon to be known as Guild Wars 2 Janthir Wilds. And of course, you should follow me. You should follow everyone here. You should subscribe. You should hand over all your money. Buy a bunch of copies of the Ultimate Edition through everyone's referral link. I'm talking 10 copies minimum. Come on, guys. Let's get some swiping going. Let's support these epic creators going into the next expansion of Guild Wars 2. But that is going to about do it. I really hope you enjoyed. Again, like the video. Leave us your thoughts. Take it easy, my friends. We'll see you next time. More content to come. A lot of stuff coming up, actually. There's gonna be some spice. Let me tell you that. Okay, like, you know, a little tease there. But anyway, that's it. We're out of here. Take it easy, gamers. And that actually, for once, is going to be the end of the stream as well as the end of Tea Time. Farewell, my friends. I'll see you next time.